I don't think anyone really can run with Nico Thomason at the moment. He is a clean pair of heels.
He's dominating and has been all year, and yeah, he's pretty hard for anyone to match him.
Oh, he is doing really good. Yeah, you can see he's put a lot of laps and a lot of time in his racecraft, as well as the team behind him putting their car together. It is on. The KZs behind us, as they're on track, it looks like Bray's gone really good. The local lad, Jacob Cranston, looks like he's ready to continue his rivalry with the Corin brothers. They looked a bit feisty yesterday, so I'm excited to see where that goes later on today, as well as the cadets. Max Gosling moving up to VMR, so it's kind of left a little bit of a hole in the cadet field.
There's a lot of newcomers in that cadet field, a lot of relatively new and experienced drivers, so it makes it quite interesting.
Yeah, it looks like they're all trying to put their name forward to be the new leader of the cadet class. So the racing's been great. I mean, Teddy Pedersen in the Illuminos car has been outstanding so far in the cadet. So racing's been hard, but it's been clean and really respectful, which is what we all want to see. We don't want to see decisions made in the officials room, which I think, speaking of the officials room, I think you're about to give everyone a rundown on what all those we're going towards, so it should be exciting.
Yeah, we're going to take the live stream viewers on a view through the new KartSport New Zealand truck, officials truck. So I'm going to leave you for now, and you'll see him soon.
Thank you.
And we're going to come in down this way. So James Hadley, our CEO. James is going to give us a tour through the truck. Alright, we'll come in here out of the noise. So, James, do you want to give us a bit of a history, or why we got this truck to start with?
Yeah, so originally, obviously, the whole sport for 60 years has done most of the officials' calls off the track. So officials scattered around the track and making calls on what they see. So the human eye doing as best they can. We then had sort of start-on cameras for a lot of years, and then we slowly upgraded. We had enough cameras, and we were trying to transport all around in trailers and sort of ad hoc solutions all the time. So the truck was the next evolution of being able to go to that next level again, and then give us something that we can take to any club basically around the country, and plug and play and get going sort of thing, and give this sort of new modern approach to every event.
I'm just going to check with that camera. Is it receiving in here right?
I can't hear anything.
Yeah, maybe just open the door, because I want to make sure that the signal's getting back to...
Okay, sorry, everything's all good, eh?
Everything's all good? Okay, cool. We're in a... because it's almost like being in a... well, it is a soundproof box, isn't it? You can close the door again, Mark. So you might be... I don't know if you can hear it on camera, but when the door's closed, it's pretty quiet in here, what they need to do the job.
Yeah, we're basically parked right next to the track. There's a 3 or 4 points of the track right next to us, so we're also very close to the action as well.
Alright, so do you want to just talk us through, so our cameraman's been zooming around all the different workstations, but do you want to give us a rundown of what happens, so what goes on? Start
yeah, so this is our media station, so this is basically a bit of extra space, so we put the media station in. We're trying to obviously do as many updates on social media as we can straight away after each race, so Kate, who does all that, will come in here, use Photoshop, use whatever she wants, and get cracking sort of thing.
So that's all our social media updates basically?
Yeah, video, graphics, whatever you want to put out. Nothing live stream based, that's up to you, but everything you want to do, updates results or stats and things like that. Through to here we have our 3 spotter stations, so this can be, we've kind of set this up now, you can have basically an experienced driver or anyone kind of in here. They've all got a section of the track that they're looking at on these lower screens, and basically what happens is if they see a car come off, a crash, or some dust kicked up or whatever it might be in their section, they will note the camera number. They've all got numbers or letters, they'll note the corner or flag point, and they'll yell that out to the data logger. So
that's the lower screens down here.
just the lower screens, and they've all got, it varies by track, obviously, depending how many cameras we have, but they've all got, basically a third of the track each, effectively.
So how many cameras have we got here?
We're using some of the club cameras, so we're around 23 cameras, I think. So,
so this screen's showing 8 cameras, so that's just one section of the track, and then the next workstation will show different 8 cameras.
Yeah, different 8 cameras, and then we'll have some will also be managing starts. So the start line infringements is quite common, so we have to manage that as well. So they'll flick between the start cameras and the normal cameras.
Yeah. And up there, these screens up the top. What have we got?
Yeah. So the right hand screen is controlled by the data logger. So over in the back corner is Jen, our data logger. So anytime these people yell something out, she'll get as little information as she can, or as much information as she can, and just get it in straight away. Everything flows through the timestamp.
And you line up here in the data.
In the sheet, yeah. Yeah, that's live instantly. So whenever we go there, instantly live for the whole sport. And obviously the timestamp's a crucial part of that. So she'll put the timestamp in, and she may back to the top a little more information or whatever they've got. But we don't want these people spending too much time on getting information. We want them just focusing on the cameras and spotting things, so we don't miss bits and pieces.
So this sheet up here, that's something that you and I were sitting there when we first started running the camera system, and we decided to put that in place, and it's worked really well. I think that's I don't know any other karting or even motorsport in the world that has something like that where everyone can see live in real time the decisions the official work. Not just instantly see the result of it, but they can see that it's being worked on, right? So
yeah. What we found one of the issues was before, the officials were all sort of hidden away in their own areas, and they would make a lot of calls, but people didn't know they'd already made those calls, so they would know what's happened, but the sport didn't necessarily see it the same way, right? So everything's there, the video clip of everything is there, so it's not hard to disagree with things that present. 99% of the calls now are pretty spot on. We probably get 2 or 3 protests a weekend if we're lucky, which before we had maybe a dozen, so it's massively cut that down. This sheet is also then used for race control to load all the penalties, load all the information, and keep the meeting flowing. So everything we're doing here is to cut down radio calls. We don't want radio calls because that's where mistakes happen, basically.
Yeah. And I guess something to point out with the penalty sheet that everyone sees live is sometimes there's only in the column there. It's got the link to the video, so this column here. But that might only be one camera angle. We can't actually put all the camera angles in that sheet. Well,
no,
maybe in future it'll be an evolution. But so sometimes what the computer sees is one camera angle, but actually what the team have seen in here is maybe 3, 4, 5 different camera angles. But you just can't put all of them in there at the moment, can we?
Well, yeah, and it just depends on time, right? We're obviously dealing with so many people on track in a small time frame. We've got classes coming and going so fast. So everything's saved in the server, so if someone puts a protest in or anything, we can go back and look stuff, right? So if you're confident that you've been wronged or something's been missed, the footage should be there, and we've got multiple cameras everywhere, so the backups are so strong. Obviously, whatever the DSA, the data logger puts up on that screen, they can see, so they can highlight to all the spotters and just get information around quickly. The left-hand top screen on each one is free for the spotters, so something like that.
Yeah, actually, we'll look at this one up here. So this is a track map. And James, you just want to talk about this A corner and B corner?
Yeah, so for years we had problems. We didn't really have passing rules. We sort of had some guides for officials, but this year we introduced new passing rules and trying to make it clearer as to, I guess, which corners you've got to be a little bit more careful when you're making a pass. So we split the track up into A and B corners. So your A corners are the most common corners. That's where you're 50% up. You're kind of easier to get a pass done. The B corners are the ones that you've really got to be a lot more committed, and you've got to be 75% up the way. So again, these spotters don't really have to deal with this. It's nice for them to know, but all the stuff is controlled by the DSA that we'll talk, and the Clerk of the Horse that we'll talk about soon.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're just trying to make it as consistent as possible. They've also got a checklist that they work through as to how to identify an incident as well. So
cool.
We want to be everything repetitive and everyone just doing their own role well, basically.
So what do we want to talk about next?
So where Mark is right now, that's Gen Station, that's the data logger, so that's all the information that we talked about going in there. Off to the right, it's Dropbox and bits and pieces where we keep all our video files. I'll get Mark to probably explain this. This is our DSA and Parkland Force Station, but Mark will give you a bit of a run through on the actual cameras and the capabilities that we have, I guess.
Mark Bunhill, come on camera, mate. I know you're not.
You're
You're normally under the sun. So Mark is actually responsible. Well, Mark and James, but Mark has put a huge number of volunteer hours into. James, it's his job to do this sort of stuff, but Mark actually has a job that's not karting related, but he's put so many hours into making this happen. And actually, also, I think we should give a shout out to Tony Bowden as well, shouldn't we? Because he was contracted to do a reno on the truck, but what he actually did was far above and beyond what was initially expected. Do you want to just tell us a bit about that process and what happened to get this thing happening?
Yeah, so
just briefly,
yeah, you haven't got much time. Yeah, so we obviously acquired the truck early last year. It was an ex-skill track truck. We then went into a bit of a design phase, and we took it to a few rounds, and we did some very mock setups of how we could see the room operating. Obviously, the camera evolution with the project has been a development over the last few years to from where we were originally to where we are now. And we pretty much, after we sort of knew what we wanted, we took it to Tony, and we decided on having the 7 stations and trying to optimise the space within the truck. We're obviously very limited on the size of the box, but we managed to get 7 workstations in here. We can have four camera operators. We can have the data logger. We've got the DSA station, and we've got the marketing station. And within the truck, there's redundancies as well. So built into it. So we've got fail safes.
I think probably a really important part is just down here. There's a fridge. So lunch, drinks. No alcoholic drinks in there? Or what's, okay, maybe, yeah. Probably not yet. Maybe that comes on Sunday afternoon. Do you want to tell us a bit about so this is the DSA. So this weekend it's Hayley and Ryan are sitting here. So tell us just quick overview of that.
Yeah, so what happens, obviously, incident gets seen on track from one of the track viewers. It gets logged in the data log, and what happens is Hayley and Ryan pick it up from here. They have the data logging sheet open. They have got, we've got 24 cameras out on track at the moment, ranging from all different angles to frame rates to different lens sizes as well. So each corner is different at each track. For each camera is different. There's not one camera that suits all. And what they would do is look at from all their different angles. They would get onboards from carts if required. They would spend the time, analyse the incident, and relate it back to the rule book to come out with the most fairest option for the competitor.
So they work together as a team.
Yeah.
Ryan's the driving standards advisor. He's not an official, but he's a very experienced driver. And then, so what's Hayley's role?
So Hayley's the clerk, so she would be the one who, at the end of the day, has the final decision on the penalty. Ryan advises her based on his experience as a professional driver. And from there, the decision Hayley would make. They'd converse on the decision. They'd come up with an outcome. Hayley would make the final call, and it would be logged, processed in the spreadsheet.
Yeah, cool. And so we were actually having a discussion earlier about onboard cameras. They're available if this team decides that they need it. But I guess when you got 24 on-track cameras, sometimes you might need them, sometimes you might not.
Yeah. So like with the onboards, we do grab them. If we know if an incident's pretty clear cut, we don't necessarily need them. But if there's an incident that we want some clarification around, that's when we would seek the onboard camera. They're still very useful. Every camera provides a different angle.
Yeah, and if a driver doesn't agree with the decision that's been made, they are welcome to put in a protest and
100%.
Submit their own onboard footage, aren't they? Which may show a different angle. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it's their perception of it is maybe not aligned with what the team in here thinks, but they're well within their rights to put in a protest and provide their footage. So James is trying to tell us something.
Yes, so we've also got we've obviously got the on-track cameras as well. We've also got pit lane cameras as well, so we can see if you flick over to James, has got one open there. We can see what's coming in, what's coming out. We're able to see when the grids are all ready as well. We've got the texture of the karts coming in. We've got them as they're lining up as well, so we're able to see within the camera room the status of the tracks and the karts and who's ready to go out, who's coming in.
Yeah.
If there's any debate after a race between competitors, we're able to see all that. We're able to hear it as well because we're standing right outside.
Yeah. So basically,
We see it all.
you see it all.
From-
It's
from
spying on everyone. Cool. All right. So I think that's probably it for our tour of the camera room. One more thing. It is fully air conditioned. There are vents in the roof, but they keep the vents closed because it keeps the noise down. So I think that's probably us. All right. We will.
Should I let you out?
Yeah, you let me out. We're going to go back to. I think we'll be racing soon, so probably go back to some ads, and then
Team back in now.
yeah, all our officials can come back in. Oh, actually, if we're still live, come in here,
We're still live,
Mr. Vice President. Here he is with his shirt on. We've got more people coming. We've got more tours. All right, well, we're going to cut this and back to the live stream.
Next time you get away, rent bold, rent fun, rent premium, rent the car. Sixth, don't just rent a car, rent the car.
Our go-kart was really good. Dove up the inside of Max. He tried to make a move and I never even saw him.
In karting, nothing is ever certain. In 2023, Daniel Gray is a man on a mission. He has just secured pole position. Could he genuinely challenge the legends of the sport? Daniel Gray, cometh the hour, cometh the man.
Purest racing you'll ever do is in a go-kart, really, really fast, so it gives you a slightly different buzz to drive a race car.
Our go-kart was really good. Dove up the inside of Max. He tried to make a move and I never even saw him.
In karting, nothing is ever certain. In 2023, Daniel Gray is a man on a mission. He has just secured pole position. Could he genuinely challenge the legends of the sport? Daniel Gray, cometh the hour, cometh the man.
Hey, good morning and welcome back to the New Zealand Karting Grand Prix sponsored by Higgins Concrete in the second round of the Hampton Downs New Zealand Racing Academy here at KartSport Manawatu. Here with Blake Dowdle, newly signed GD4 Ford Mustang or Ford racing driver over in Aussie. He's going to do a couple of pre-grid interviews as we lead into the pre-finals for today's racing. What did you see yesterday when you were watching? Did you see anything cool?
Oh, in what way? Sort of. Yeah, it was a lot of battles. I mean, this Palmy go-kart track, it always puts it on. You know, it's one of those race tracks where it doesn't flow that well. You know, you've got a lot of overtaking opportunities and you have got to look after the tyre. So everyone's on a different strategy and it always makes it interesting here.
You know, you're definitely right. What we'll do is we'll go quickly find a driver and we'll see what they're thinking before we before they get out onto the grid, eh? Come on. We'll go with Seth Frost. Oh, rip your helmet off quickly. Rip your helmet off quickly. We want to talk. Actually, while you're doing that, no, we're doing it quickly. We'll do it quickly. So, Seth, what's the plans for the pre-final, man? Move forward. All right, Blake, I'm going to leave you to this. I'm going to jump back up in the box. You know what you're doing.
Okay,
you know enough shit.
Go well. I'll try my best, eh? Oh, so how do the tyres feel? Have we got a strategy going into the final? Are we saving them? What's happening?
Just doing all I can to put myself further forward. Tyres are great, a lot of grip, just learning how to drive on them.
Yeah, so how long have you been in go-karting for?
Just under 6 years.
Okay, I probably ran into you at some point while I was driving then. Yeah, so, I mean, looking at the tyres, they seem pretty good, so strategy for the final?
Just move forward, simple as that.
Move forward every single time, mate. Oh, you better put your helmet back on and get going. Reckon we can get anyone else real quickly.
Awesome. Thank you, Blake. Sorry about throwing you in the deep end right there, but we'll see if we can get a couple more pre-race interviews as the day goes on. Good morning and welcome back to KartSport Manawatu for the second day here at the New Zealand Karting Grand Prix. Once again sponsored by Higgins Concrete. Thank you. Vortex Rock SV on the dummy grid at the moment. Getting ready to go out for their pre-final. 16 laps the distance. Zach Tucker starting on pole for this one, dominating 3 heats and qualifying yesterday. Does anyone have anything in response to him? Local man Jacob Cranston, the number 9 car, starting off in second. Busy boy yesterday, running 2 classes, the SV, and then 1 race later, effectively, the KZ2. The Australian driver, Liam Carr, starting P3. He'll be looking at moving forward shortly. Had some good pace yesterday. We'll want to show what he can do against the New Zealanders today. The 94, Max Amon, starting P4. Showed glimpses of speed yesterday. Has some good pace. On the inside in the next row, the third row, is the 20 of Lockie Roberts, the bright green helmet. Can't miss it. He is lining up alongside the 34 of Jack Strand. Struggling a bit yesterday with pace, Jack said when I was talking to him. We'll be looking at trying to put some decent laps down and move forward and get himself set for the final later on this afternoon. The fourth row we have the 77 of Seth Frost. Showed decent pace in a couple of laps yesterday, just couldn't quite get the races together. And he'll be starting alongside the 84 of Jack Amon. Had a great couple of heats battling with his brother and Lockie Roberts. Didn't quite have enough to battle with the front pack, but I'm sure the Tony Kart mechanics have dialed in the setup there to help him move forward. The fifth row we had the number 7 of Logan Backhouse. It's good to see Logan back out on the track after an incident yesterday. I'm hoping he's loaded up on a couple of painkillers and the body's not too bruised up. So we'll see how he gets on as the day progresses. He's also doing 2 classes, so he will be very tired. Next to him is the 27 of Flynn Murdoch. Had a great day yesterday, just progressing forward, just working a setup out so they can get into the final. And then the final row we had the 26 of Thomas Greer and the 16 of Jack Gardner. A couple of DNFs for Jack and Thomas as well. As Zach Tucker delivers the field to the formation line there, getting ready for 16 laps, the world champ in the CIK Arrive and Drive series last year. As they hit the starters box, Zach Tucker goes, everyone else is going with him. Can anyone go with Zach Tucker earlier in the race? As Cranston drops a couple spots at the end of the straight. So Zach Tucker, Liam Carr Max Amon moving up into the third spot, battling with Lockie Roberts down the inside of Cranston as they go into Hart Hairpin. As they come out of Hart Hairpin, 2-3 wide, Cranston getting shuffled back, losing 3-4. Seth Frost, Jack Amon driving around him. Cranston dropping like a stone. But out front, it is Zach Tucker and Liam Carr. Max Amon, Jack Strand moving forward with Seth Frost. Then it's Jack Amon, Lockie Roberts, Cranston, Backhouse, Greer, Murdoch, and Gardner. Is 1 lap done, 15 to go. But it's Zach Tucker out front where he's used to being. Dominating display yesterday. No one could catch him. Just put a lap after lap, built a gap, and then just controlled it from there. This time, Liam Carr seems to be going with him early in the race. Hasn't quite let Zach Tucker build a lead just yet. There's a big angry battle pack. Oh, issues for Jack Gardner once again. Unfortunately, he's pulled into the pits. That is his pre-final done. He is not happy. Not happy. Electrical issues by the looks of it. But out on track though, it is Zach Tucker. Liam Carr with the fastest lap of the race so far. Only half a second still going with Zach Tucker. Is Max Amon is holding up Jack Strand. Seth Frost at the moment. And then there's a big gap back to Cranston. I believe Cranston made some kart setup changes overnight. Maybe not quite working in the early stages of this pre-final. Seth Frost down the inside of Jack Strand in the final corner. Gets it done. Eyes forward. It's a gap from the leaders. 16ths now. And then a 2.5 second gap back to the battle pack with Jack Strand now back ahead of Seth Frost. Jack Amon and Lockie Roberts touching as they go into Hart Hairpin. They're getting feisty. Jack Amon down the inside of Seth Frost. Seth drives around him. That compromises Jack, but Lockie Roberts takes advantage and down the inside. And then back down the inside as they touch. Oh, the front nose cone of Lockie Roberts is gone. Grabbed the ground and it ripped it out. Unfortunately, that might be that will be a mechanical black flag for Lockie Roberts. That's his pre-final done, unfortunately. He's put his hand up. So now it's Tucker, Carr, Max Amon, Jack Strand, Seth Frost, Jack Amon, Cranston, Thomas Greer down the inside of Murdoch at Hart Hairpin as they come out. Bumper to bumper. Logan Backhouse doing a great job being back in the kart after that incident yesterday. We got Tucker still. Carr sliding on the exit of the corner. Staying with Tucker at the moment. Gap only 16ths. With a gap back from the leaders back to third. 3.8 seconds. So Liam Carr doing a great job of going with Tucker. Tucker been doing this for the previous 3 heats. Pushes early in the race, creates that gap, and then he's just able to maintain it while everyone else is battling for the minor positions. We got the battle pack spreading out slightly. Cranston doing a great job of moving forward. He is slowly starting to reel that pack in after a not so great start there. We got 10 to go now for the leader of Zach Tucker as he heads down the straight. Kart looking very well settled. Jack Strand doing a great job of holding on to Max Amon as well, keeping Max Amon honest. Then a couple of Tony karts right behind him. Jack Strand looking like the odd one out there, and a whole battle pack full of Tony karts. Cranston definitely looks like he's starting to reel the front boys in. Max Amon looking behind. Sees Jack Strand there. Seth Frost dropping a wheel slightly, bouncing as they go down the straight. Jack Amon, great job under brakes, pulls it right up. Jack Strand down the inside of Max Amon. I don't think Max was ready for it. Jack wasn't waiting around, so now Jack Strand is in the front of that battle pack with Max Amon, Seth Frost and Jack Amon. Here we go, starting to get feisty. Jack Amon ahead of Seth Frost now at 2 trees. And look who's joined onto the back of this pack, Jacob Cranston. 8 laps to go. Oh, Max Amon didn't get a good run off Higgins. Speed's compromised. His brother Jack now pushing him down the straight. His brother down the inside of Road Marking Services. Oh, Max isn't giving him an inch. Holds it in there, forces Jack wide. There's Jacob Cranston down the inside of Seth Frost at Hart Hairpin. Gets one move done. As they go through into Bamba. Looks like Max Amon still ahead of brother Jack. Zach Tucker is still well out in front now. He is putting the pace down. Liam Carr there. Gap now 2.5 seconds from first to second. And third has just gone across the line now. 5.3 seconds back. Zach Tucker and Liam Carr in a world of their own at the moment. Jack Strand still in third. Max Amon doing a great job there in fourth. Jack Amon there still pushing his brother. Jacob Cranston's arrived on the scene as Jack Amon goes down the inside of his brother at Hart Hairpin. He's waving his hands. Let's go forward. Jacob Cranston's there. Down the inside of 2 trees on Max Amon. Gets it done. So in the space of a couple of corners, Max Amon's dropped a couple of spots. So now Jack Strand still in third with a bit of a gap over Jack Amon and Jacob Cranston. Max Amon next with Seth Frost still there. Thomas Greer doing a good job as well. Slowly moving forward as this pack of carts start fighting. Lynn Murdoch ahead of Logan Backhouse now. Once again, Logan doing a great job being back in the cart after yesterday's incident. Zach Tucker taking off another lap. Looks like it's another Sunday drive there for Zach Tucker. He knows what he's doing. He's been in this position plenty times before. 4 seconds ahead of Liam Carr, who has another 5.5 seconds gap ahead of Jack Strand. The front 2 leaders, the Carlos Sainz chassis there for Zach Tucker, and the looks like the CRK chassis of Liam Carr, which is another OTK brand. Looking like they are on rails. Jack Strand now having to deal with Jacob Cranston, who's managed to get by Jack Amon in the last lap. Jacob Cranston showing some pace later on in this race. And 4 laps to go for Zach Tucker. Jack Strand, Seth Frost down the inside of Max Amon in the final corner. Doesn't quite cover it off as Max Amon goes back down the inside, gets the switch over in Higgins' corner. Now Seth Frost pushing Max Amon as they're going down the straight. Jacob Cranston on the back of Jack Strand as well. Max Amon and Seth Frost fighting. Down the inside of Hart Hairpin goes Seth Frost on Max Amon. Looks like the nose cone has been dislodged slightly on Seth Frost's kart though. 3 laps to go for the leaders. There's Cranston now down the inside of the final corner on Jack Strand. Gets it done. Blocks off the switch over, so Strand can't get back on him. So there we are. Cranston back into the 3rd position after a horrible start. Tucking behind the wheel. He wants more pace. Jack Strand into the back of Cranston there a little bit. Jack Amon doing a great job of going with the battle pack there. So a 3-kart battle. Jack Strand looks back as Jack Amon goes down the inside of Bamba. Strand around the outside, doesn't let him have it. That opens up the gap between Cranston now. As we had 2 to go for Zach Tucker over Liam Carr. Cranston, Strand, Amons, Frost, Max Amon, Thomas Greer, Murdoch, Backhouse. There's the lead from Zach Tucker to Liam Carr now, just shy of 5 seconds. And then it's another 6 seconds back to Jacob Cranston. Zach Tucker doing a great job, showing why he is the world champ. As he takes the last lap now, Zach Tucker over Liam Carr. Kart still fighting for the minor positions further on down the field. Seth Frost still pushing. Zach Tucker through 50 Cent towards Hart Hairpin. He knows he's got a big gap. He can see everyone else as he's going back towards the infield. Pace slightly checked up now for Zach Tucker. He's cruising. He doesn't need to push it. As he comes through 2 trees, comes through the right-hander in the final corner. It's going to be a pre-final win there for Zach Tucker. Another dominating display ahead of the Australian driver Liam Carr. Jacob Cranston doing a great recovery drive back to the 3rd position ahead of Jack Strand, Seth Frost and Jack Amon tangle in the last corner, which allows Max Amon to go through and steal a position. So Seth Frost is going to come home in 5th ahead of Max Amon in 6th. Jack Amon losing a couple of positions in the final corner, finishing 7th. Thomas Greer in 8th. Flynn Murdoch in 9th. Logan Backhouse in 10th. Unfortunately, we lost Lockie Roberts and Jack Garner to a couple of mechanicals. That's the first of the pre-finals done. Up next, we do have the Vortex Mini Rock pre-final set to go.
Ready?
Yep. Okay, we're on the grid now with Charlie Clark. As we can see, he's got Rodin cars all over his go-kart, on his suit. So I'm imagining the support from them has been massive.
Yeah, it's been like really good. Like I probably couldn't be here without them. So yeah.
So yeah, how helpful have they been? Like what have they done for you? I see you've been on their test track and the go-kart and things like that. Like what was the whole experience like?
Yeah, it's really cool. They just took us to their facility. Really good. They help us with everything, really.
That's more than money with those guys, right? They're a great bunch. Good luck for this race. It seems like we're about to go out. Go well.
Awesome. Thank you, Blake, and good luck, Charlie. There we are on the grid. The Vortex Mini Rock pre-final, sponsored by All Climate HVAC. Nico Thomason, a bit like Zach Tucker yesterday, dominating, qualifying all 3 heats, checking out. No one could go with him, while the battling pack of Ivor Spence, Alex Craig, Charlie Clark and Van Merritt were all battling away for the 2nd spot. So we'll see how this pre-final goes. Will it be the same as yesterday, or will it be different? Nico Thomason starting on the pole position. Ivor Spence on the front row as well. The 2nd row, on the inside we have 12, the number 12 kart. Army Man, Alex Craig. Next down we have the 54, Charlie Clark. He's moved his way forward after qualifying slightly further down the field, so he's done a great job of passing some karts yesterday, getting a decent pre-final starting position. Van Merritt and Ryan Healy will be going off the 3rd row. Max Gosling, the cadet superstar who's moved up to VMR, will be starting the pre-final on the 7th position next to the 81 of Levi Trotter. 5th row will be Heath Phillips alongside Jet Randall, Sam Amon and Jack Lawrence will be going off the 6th row. Nico Hewson and Timothy Brock will be going off the 7th row. with Freddie Waller, who was up the front yesterday, had a couple of mechanical DNFs, which has cost him a decent pre-final starting position. He will be starting 15th alongside Reed Phillips, who also had a mechanical issue. The 9th row we have the 97 of Murphy Dobson alongside Anvil Gunda. The 10th row we have Tane Murdoch and Reese Gaskin. The 11th row we have the 47 of Ashton Jepson alongside Kaiser Rankin. The 12th row we have Flynn Wise and Braxton Riddle. In the 25 position we have the 46 of Sterling Craw, and the 26 we have Alan Allock. And the 14th row we have the 44 of Casey Kane, who struggled a little bit yesterday, alongside the 50 of Evie Haskett. As the final carts now form up, Nico Tomlinson, Ivor Spence, a front row that looks all too familiar. Alex Craig, Charlie Clark. Are they going to try and take the battle to the front boys early? Does anyone have an answer for Nico Tomlinson? As the bumpers start getting used here, the heads start bobbling. Nico Tomlinson's gone early in the starter's box, got a great jump. Gets a lead as they come through Toyota. Ivor Spence doing a great job of holding on the outside as they all push and shove, going into Road Market Services corner. Nico Tomlinson, Ivor Spence, Alex Craig, Van Merritt down the inside of Ryan Healy, sent it, gets it done. Looks like great early pace from Van Merritt. Max Gosling, Levi Trotter around the outside, loses some momentum. As we get through the infield, carts battling side by side through two trees. After the first lap, it's Thomason, Spence, Craig, Clark, Van Merritt, Healy. Carts 3, 4, 5 wide as we go through into Higgins corner. Reed Phillips with a great run down the inside of Heath Phillips through Toyota. Oh, cars bumping off as we get down the straight. Looks like Alex Craig is back on the back to the rear bumper of Ivor Spence as they were yesterday. Ivor Spence doing a great job of holding everyone off, holding on to that second position. Nico Tomlinson doing what he did as well. Charlie Clark down the inside of Alex Craig there at Two Trees, getting the move done early. Charlie Clark doing a great job of moving forward. I can see some raindrops on my window here. So the moisture here. Palmer's throwing up another curveball to these competitors. Who's going to be able to deal with the weather? Nico Tomlinson out front with a 1.1 second lead ahead of Ivor Spence, Charlie Clark and Alex Craig. Is the rain going to come? Is it going to come down hard enough, fast enough to change the setup of this track? Is it going to get wet, or is it going to stay warm enough for these drivers? Who is going to excel in these conditions? At the moment, it's still Nico Tomlinson struggling. The carts now understeering as they come through the final corner here. 86 appears to have a black and white flag. Small incident there. 11 to go for the VMR drivers here. As the rain looks like it's coming in. Track's starting to get wetter. Drivers now struggling for traction as they get to the end of the straight. Carts starting to go off. We appear to have we've got an incident, unfortunately, at Toyota. We've got the safety cart. Freddie Waller, Houston, Charlie Clark in there as well. Van Merritt, the front runners, they've had an incident. The weather's played havoc with these drivers. Trotter looks to be involved in it. Freddie Waller out of the vehicle, or out of the cart, sorry. Appears to be okay. He's done for his pre-final though. Not the greatest weekend there so far for Freddie Waller. Looks like Reese Gaskin, the Wellington man, was involved in it as well. Now it's Nico Thomason slowing the pack back up. 1.5 second gap, null and voided, it's gone. Back to nothing, a full complete reset. As the drivers work the tyres, trying to keep some heat. The track appears to be clean, clear, as the drivers keep forming up. Nico Thomason, Ivor Spence. Ivor Spence wasn't able to go with Thomason. So it looks like the kart setup for Nico Thomason is very well done, as it appears to be Reed Phillips off at Road Market Services as well. Alex Craig doing a great job there in 3rd position. And who's this in 4th position through the melee? It is Max Gosling doing a great job moving forward. Now sitting in the 4th spot ahead of Ryan Healy, Jack Lawrence, Sterling Craw. The drivers are now getting the slow signal. Don't know how many more laps for the safety car will happen, but the flags have now picked up. The wind is coming. The raindrops on the window are still falling. 9 laps to go as another lap gets ticked off under the safety car. Not so much weaving now. Drivers content with tyre temp potentially, or the track isn't getting as wet. Who's going to make moves once the race starts back up? There's another kart with an issue down the straight there. I think that's the number 8 of Jet Randall. Unfortunately, his pre-final is done as well. He throws the gloves off. He is not happy, waving his arms up in the air. Rough weekend as well for Jet Randall. As I think we are set for a restart here in the Vortex Mini Rock pre-final, sponsored by All Climate HVAC. Nico Thomason leading the field around for the pre-final. As we at the starter's box, Thomason's gone. Spencer's trying to go with him. We get a push and shove as the karts start going 2-3 wide. Heath Phillips with a great move down the inside of the straight as they all try and stop. Oh, was that the last of the late breakers or the first of the no breakers, as Heath Phillips is collected by Houston there. Karts going everywhere. Murdoch's off at Hart Hairpin. The grip's definitely now gone in the karts. Ryan Healy's moved up into the 3rd position. Ivor Spence doing a great job of going with Nico Thomason, who hasn't been able to pull away from that restart. So Nico Thomason now struggling a little bit. Ivor Spence going with him. Here comes Ryan Healy with the 97 of Murphy Dobson doing a great job there. Oh, big understeer moment for Ryan Healy going through Higgins. Looks like Nico Thomason might have sorted the kart issue out after the first lap. He's figured out what he's got underneath him. Build a couple kart length gap as they go down the back straight. All of them very tentative. Big punt there from Charlie Clark on Max Gosling. Couldn't quite get it pulled up as they slide. Oh, he runs off on the outside of 50 Cent. Loses 2 positions. As it's still Nico Thomason, Ivor Spence, Ryan Healy, Murphy Dobson, Alex Craig, Van Merritt there as the Battle Packers now forming karts, jostling for position. Who's got the better setup in these low grip conditions? Nico Thomason now ticks off another lap. 5 to go, sorry. 0.3 of a second lead ahead of Ivor Spence. Ahead of Ryan Healy there. We still have karts going side by side down the straight. Murphy Dobson down the inside now at the end of the straight on Ryan Healy. Ryan Healy going back a spot. Nico Thomason appears to have some grip again. He is now putting the pedal to the metal. He is building his gap. He's going back into what he knows. Build the gap, maintain the lead. Ivor Spence dropping back. Here comes Murphy Dobson. 4 laps to go now. Alex Craig moving towards the back of Ryan Healy. Max Gosling dropping back. Alan Alok on the back of him. Sam Amon there as well. As they all manage to get through. Levi Trotter making another pass in Road Marketing Services corner. Moving forward after being involved in the incident at Toyota. Charlie Clark as well moving forward. It's Nico Thomason out front. Once again, still, even some tricky conditions, hasn't halted his progress. He's got the lead out to 2 seconds. 3 laps to go. Alex Craig, Ryan Healy look to have started a battle here. As they get towards the end of the straight, Alex Craig doing a great job of pulling it up under brakes. Better of the little parallel karts there, Ryan Healy and Alex Craig, the Manawatu lads. Van Merritt doing a great job of moving forward after also being involved in that Toyota incident. As his karts go 2-3 wide into Higgins to get sorted. Straight. Charlie Clark down the inside of Sam Amon. He's moving forward, gets himself up into the 9th position. Charlie Clark, after starting in the first couple of rows and dropping back, clawing his way forward again. Nico Thomason is doing a great job. They get the last lap board. Nico Thomason, Ivor Spence, once again in the 2nd position. This time he's not having to block and defend so much. Murphy Dobson moving up into the 3rd position, or holding on to the 3rd position still. As Ryan Healy putting a move on Murphy Dobson though in Road Marketing Services on the last lap. Defends for Hart Hairpin. Murphy trying to go around the outside. Ryan not allowing that to happen, and now Alex Craig is taking advantage of it with massive speed and momentum up and gets the switchback up over Ryan Healy as they cross over through the infield. Who's going to cut through 2 trees ahead? It's Ryan with Murphy Dobson there. Alex Craig is going for the move down the inside of the final corner. Gets it done as they tangle as they go over the straight. So that will be the pre-final win for Nico Thomason. 4 seconds ahead of Ivor Spence after that restart. And then Ivor Spence doing a great job of creating a 3.2 second lead over the battling Alex Craig, Ryan Healy and Murphy Dobson, who took it to the final corner for the final podium place in this pre-final. Van Merritt will bring it home in the 6th position ahead of the 54 of Charlie Clark. Max Gosling bringing it home in 8th with Alan Illock and Sam Amon rounding out the 10. If Newell, Gunda, Sterling, Craw, Levi Trotter, Tane Murdoch and Braxton Riddle will make up the next 5 positions, with Casey Kane, Flynn's Wise, Kaiser Rankin, Nico Hewson and Ashton Jepson rounding out the 20. And Evie Haskett, Jake Lawrence, Reese Gaskin round out the 21st, 22nd and 23rd, the final on-track place getters. We are going to go down to the grid with Blake Corrin and Blake Dowdle.
Kart driver, Blake Corrin. All good?
Yeah, good.
Okay. What's it like racing your brother in the same race?
It's pretty good. We get to sometimes work together and compare setups and try not to hold each other up and just work together and make up the spots we can.
Have you ever crashed into each other?
A few times we have, yeah.
What happens if you do?
It's usually blame the other person, but yeah, we both just smack our heads together pretty much.
Yeah, I bet Dad wouldn't be too happy about it.
No, mainly Mum as well. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Oh, go well, mate. Seems gate's already open, so get into it, bro.
Blake Corrin there with, well, Blake Dowdle with Blake Corrin. Blake doing a great job in KZ2. Having the upper edge on his brother Mitch Corrin at the moment, the North Island champ. Daniel Bray though, starting the KZ2 pre-final on pole. KZ2 sponsored by Sylvester Clark Consulting Engineers. Cam and the team know how to draw big buildings and they do it well. Jacob Cranston will be going off P2 in this pre-final as Blake Corrin and Mitch Corrin will be going off the second row. Lockie Tomlinson will be going off the 5th position alongside Sam Jones, Nathan Crang and David Malcolm, and all parallel 4th row. And Ethan Sayer will be going off the 9th position. The master, Cam Jones, going off the 10th place. As the KZ2s sit there, getting ready. Looks like Krang's asleep. Oh no, he is alive. As we have a couple of recovery or carts to recover from the incident there. Just looking down in the pits, we got a car puller upset, VMR drivers. Well, we got this a little bit of a quiet moment while we wait for recovery. Just a big thank you to all the officials that have made this weekend possible. Always appreciated. All the club volunteers, the kitchen staff, ladies in the tower, Luke on lights, the maintenance crew who have worked tirelessly around here around the last few weeks, making this place look absolutely incredible. The live stream crew, they're doing a great job over here. Is the KZ2s roll out for their pre-final. A small hiccup there for Bray trying to get out, but he's got going. There's the KZ2s. Around 50 horsepower, 170 odd kgs. 0 to 100 and probably faster than I can say that. Six gears, a whole lot of brakes. These things are fast. Slightly smaller field here at the Karting Grand Prix. It doesn't mean the racing's not as hotly contested. Daniel Bray showing some great pace earlier on in the heats yesterday, winning all 3 heats. Jacob Cranston finding some pace as the day went on, was able to match Bray on pace, if not go slightly faster. Just struggled to get off the line a little bit. The Corrin brothers right in the mix, battling away. They look to resume the rivalry that looked like it started up at the North Islands with Jacob Cranston there. So we'll be interested to see how that goes in the pre-final final. Tomlinson having a great first couple of meetings in the shifter kart. Coming straight out of senior karts or junior kart, sorry, into the shifter. He's doing a great job of adapting. He's quick straight away. Sam Jones making a comeback after about a year out of the kart, along with his dad, Cam Jones. And then we got the Paralyn trio of Nathan Krang, who struggled a little bit yesterday, but has always got some pace to find or use. Dave Malcolm, who always has a smile on his face, and the young boy at the back, Ethan Sayer, doing a great job of taking it to these guys. Not so long in the KZ. I think he might be in his second season in the KZ2 class. It's not easy to adapt from single drive to the KZ2. So Ethan's doing a great job there. As Bray now parks up on the grid. Standing start for the KZ2 karts. As the final 3 karts start pulling in Krang, Sayer and Cam Jones. We wait for the officials to wave the flag to get the race sequence underway. Now drivers look at the gantry, waiting for the lights. 1 light, 2 light, 3 lights, 4 lights, lights out, and they all go. Tomlinson struggles to get off the line once again. Bray, Cranston get a great start. The Corrin brothers will stay in the 3rd and 4th spots as they make their way through the first couple corners. Sam Jones moving up into the 5th spot. Tomlinson moving back, but it's Bray out in the front ahead of Jacob Cranston. Blake Corrin in the 3rd position ahead of the North Island champ of Mitch Corrin. Sam Jones now in the 5th spot ahead of Dave Malcolm. Nathan Krang in there with Lockie Tomlinson, who looked to struggle to get off the start. Lost quite a few spots there. Cam Jones getting a big push from Ethan Sayer as they go through Toyota. Back down the straight though. Nathan Krang forcing the issue on his teammate David Malcolm. Allow Lockie Tomlinson to go through at the same time. Out front, Dan Bray. Cranston going with him. Gap after 1 lap, so 4 tenths. Blake Corrin pulling away from Mitch Corrin. As we check the gaps after the 2nd lap there. Still 4.5 tenths from Bray to Cranston. Bray with a 43.45. Cranston with a 43.48. So near identical lap times. Putting 2.5 tenths on Blake Corrin on that lap with Nathan Krang down the inside of Sam Jones at Hart Hairpin, moving himself up into the 5th position. Nathan Krang with some early pace here. As the rest of the field seems to have spread out slightly. No one really within striking distance here. Gap eking out now. Bray putting a 43 flat down. 1.5 tenths faster than Cranston in the last lap. Another 8 tenths back from Cranston to Blake Corrin, who has another 2nd gap back to brother Mitch. As the pre-final and the final races are longer than the heats. Who's looked after the tyres the best over the 3 heats? Who's got long run pace? We'll be finding that out at towards the end of this race and in the final. Here we go. Bray comes through 50 Cent. The Manawatu Kart Club having to do some track repairs. It's taken a big bump out of the 50 Cent corner. It looks like we've got a retirement of Lockie Tomlinson, who's pulled over. That's his pre-final done. Might have been a mechanical there, not quite happy. I'm sure Matt and the Sodi team will have that one all fixed up and he'll be out there again for the final. But out front, it is still the 11 of Dan Bray, the Paralyn kart, looking strong. Going faster again, still doing the fastest lap. 42.6 now into the 42s. With Jacob Cranston, a 42.7. The Corrin brothers matching each other as well, 42.88. So get through the infield, plucking gears, feeding the gears back down. Physical toll on the bodies on the KZ is amazing. Not a kart you can drive very easy. Got to drive them on the limit to get any sort of performance out of them. So the drivers are doing a great job there. As Dan Bray doing a great job out front still. Cranston maintaining the gap of half a second. Not allowing Bray to pull away. Staying with him with 9 laps to go. Blake Corrin dropping back slightly. Gap 1.9 seconds to Jacob Cranston from Blake Corrin. There's a 2nd gap back to Mitchell Corrin, the North Island champ there. So Blake Corrin definitely got bragging rights in the household so far, especially with this weekend's results. As when do these drivers turn up the wick? Are they going to try and maintain this pace to the finish, or are they going to push with 8 laps to go? Gap now 7.5 tenths. Bray is slowly eking it out ahead of Cranston. I think we've got a start infringement just come across the computer here for kart 11 Dan Bray under investigation for a start infringement. So that might affect his points going into the final. Standing start obviously for the KZ, so it might have been out of the starter's box, or he might have been moving prior to the lights coming off. So Dan Bray still in the lead of the pre-final, but with the potential starting infringement on top of that. So we got Jacob Cranston still in second, dropping back about a 10th of a lap now. Blake Corrin still ahead of Mitch Corrin. Ethan Sayer up to the back of Sam Jones now. Ethan doing a great job from the back row, moving up to the 7th position. Sam Jones in 6th. Sam Jones doing a great job of not so much seat time in the last year or so. He looked pretty tired yesterday, so we'll see how he gets on with the longer races today. Ethan Sayer, obviously very young, full of energy, as he gets a great drive off Higgins, pushing Sam Jones as they head towards the end of the straight. Down the inside goes Ethan Sayer, deep under the brakes, gets it pulled up at the apex. Not much Sam Jones can do there, as Ethan Sayer's blocking off the inside line of Hart Hairpin. Sam Jones side by side as they head towards Bamba. Sam on the wrong side though. Ethan's got that well covered as they're still going side by side through the infield, battling for the 6th and 7th positions. Ethan Sayer appears to have this one wrapped up now as they get through the final corner. 5 laps to go in this KC2 pre-final, sponsored by Sylvester Clark. Still, Dan Bray out in the lead ahead of Jacob Cranston. Blake Corrin, Mitch Corrin, Nathan Krang. Then it's the battling duo of Ethan Sayer, Sam Jones, David Malcolm, and then the master Cam Jones. Four to go, Dan Bray. The gap 8.5 tenths. They're slowly eking it out as this pre-final has gone on. Looking comfortable out front. Cranston still there. Doesn't quite have the pace at the moment to go with Bray. Mitch Corrin moving closer to his brother Blake there. Now the gap coming down from just over a second to 7.5 tenths. With 3 laps to go, has Mitch got anything for his brother Blake? The Drago kart. The blue karts as they are definitely stand out in the field of KZs. Gap now 4 tenths. Mitch Corrin definitely looking quick now. Right up to the back of the brother Blake. Just been looking after the tyres as they go through 2 trees. Blake holding the inside line. Does he know his brother's there? 2 laps to go. What's the gap now? It's only 2 tenths. Mitch Corrin is definitely on one as we go through Toyota. Blake Corrin doing a great job. Gets a great run out of Toyota. Covers off the end of the straight. Sacrifices the exit though. Mitch Corrin getting a great exit. Drives right up to the back of the bumper of his brother. As we head back towards the infield. Bamba curve. Karts bouncing as they hit through the bumps. Blake Corrin slightly wide through the pit entry. But gets it sorted. Gets great drive out of 2 trees to cover off the last lap here for Dan Bray in the KZ2 field. Dan Bray cruising. Jacob Cranston able to pull the gap back to 6 tenths of a second. With the Corrin brothers now nose to tail. Cranston definitely looks like he's reeled in that gap as well. We have the Corrin brothers still going for it. But it looks like it's going to be another pre-final win here for Dan Bray in the 11 kart as he comes through the final corner, takes the pre-final win ahead of Jacob Cranston. The 99 kart of Blake Corrin gets the 3rd spot over the North Island champ and brother Mitch Corrin. Nathan Krang in the 62 kart brings it around the final corner ahead of the 93 of Ethan Sayer. Sam Jones bringing it up next. The 18 kart of Dave Malcolm bringing it home in the 8th spot ahead of the master Cam Jones, who's coming around the final corners here. The final quarter, Cam Jones looking after his tyres, saving them for the final. Takes the flag. Unfortunately, Lockie Thomason had a DNF in that one. And he'll finish this race in the 10th spot. That is KZ2 pre-final. Done and dusted here at the New Zealand Karting Grand Prix, sponsored by Higgins Concrete. We will feed you down to the pre-grid. We have Blake Dowdo, who has, looks like Kian Burt or either Jamie Vandenberg.
We are on the grid now with the number 98 Hart Kart with Connor Brody in the driver's seat. It seems your tyres are in pretty good condition. We're looking to move forward in the pre-final final with these.
Yeah, I hope so. Just try and hold my position, see where we end up and try and move forward, see just how we get on.
Yeah, I see you on the simulator a lot. Is that helpful to the real world?
Yeah, it's good to stay on the simulator to stay race fit and just keep your reactions up and just, it's good in downtime so you can keep in the seat.
Yeah, of course. I mean, not everyone can spin laps all day. Gate's already opening. Go well, mate.
There's a Rotax Max Light. Now get ready for their pre-final here at KartSport Manawatu. Rotax Max Light, sponsored by Manawatu and TRC Toyota. Award-winning business there with Manawatu Toyota or Manawatu and TRC Toyota. The pole sitter, Caleb Cross, after 3 heat wins yesterday. Caleb looking really quick. The late race pace of the 66 kart looked pretty good. He'll be starting pole alongside the 97 of Kian Burt, the Manawatu man, with the Manawatu lass of Amelia Phillips starting 3rd. She did a great job yesterday of battling the guys up front. Jamie Vandenberg will be starting off the 4th spot. The 61 kart of Jaden Hardy will be going off the 5th spot alongside the 98 of Connor Brody. Zach Tucker and Chris Benton will be going off the 4th row. Levi McMillan and Trent Ingham will be going off the 5th spot. Trent Ingham winning the Heavy Lights World Cup between him and Darren Walker. It's a personal thing that they've got going on. And we got the 6th row. We have the 41 of Cy Finnemore and the 17 of Tyler Norris. Ollie Workman and Toby Elvey will be going off the 7th row, with Darren Walker and James Joyner going off the 8th row. Theo Pilcher and Louis Bell, going off the 9th row. Charlie Steele, Logan Backhouse off the 10th row. Tyler Burrows and Patrick Holmes going off 21st and 22nd. Dan Coleman and Brody Barton off the 12th row, with Sam Wang, Jono Pearson and Carlin McFreddy's making up the final positions here in the Rotax Max Light pre-final grid. Caleb Cross slowing the field right down now as he delivers them to the tram lines. 27 Rotax karts ready to start the pre-final as the field congests. Caleb Cross goes early into the start box. The inside line gets a great run. Caleb Cross gets a good run. Amelia Phillips now moving up into the second spot over Kian Burt. Jaden Hardy in there in the fourth spot. Chris Benton with a flyer moves up into the fifth spot ahead of Zach Tucker and Levi McMillan. Cy Finnemore down the inside of Jamie Vanderberg as they make their way out of Hart Hairpin and towards the infield. It's still Caleb Cross with Amelia Phillips in second now ahead of Kian Burt. Jaden Hardy a little bit back there with Chris Benton right behind. Zach Tucker, McMillan and Vanderberg. Cy Finnemore, Charlie Steele there. 1 lap in the books. Tick it off. 15 still to go. There's a gap after the first lap. Amelia Phillips down the inside of Caleb Cross at Road Market Services. I don't think Caleb was ready for that one. Amelia Phillips putting a move on early. There goes Kian Burt down the inside of Caleb as well into Hart Hairpin. So the Manawatu people put in a move early on Caleb Cross, not letting him get away this time. Caleb Cross is doing a great job of blocking yesterday. Wasn't letting anyone through. But Amelia Phillips wasn't waiting. She is forcing the issue, and now Amelia Phillips is in the lead ahead of Kian Burt, Cross, Jaden Hardy, Tucker, Vanderberg, Benton, McMillan, Cy Finnemore. Kian Burt going with Amelia Phillips, the 44 kart. Kian Burt down the inside of Amelia. Now Kian's in the lead as they go side by side into Bamba. Kian down the inside, Amelia on the outside. She tucks back in, doesn't want to lose too many positions. So now it's Kian Burt in the lead of the Rotax Max final, pre-final, ahead of Phillips, Cross and Hardy. 14 laps to go as a black and white comes out for kart 33. As they go through down the straight. Cross now down the inside of Amelia Phillips. She doesn't quite cover him off. So now it's Cross back up into the second spot. Hardy's now joining the battle down the inside of Amelia Phillips. So in the space of 2 corners, she loses 2 spots. So it's still Burt out on the front with Cross, Hardy, Phillips, Tucker and Vanderberg. There's a battle out front. Still rages on. Kian has a couple karts lengths ahead of Cross. The rest of the field sorting themselves out. Not too much action just happening just yet. .33 appears to have an issue. Still going around out the back, unfortunately. So we got Kian Burt, Caleb Cross, Hardy, Amelia Phillips, Zach Tucker, and Jamie Vanderberg. Jamie Vanderberg, the fastest on the track at the moment, with a 44.35. 12 to go or 11 to go as they go across the line now. Kian Burt looks back, sees a gap. Caleb Cross tucks under the wheel, trying to create a draft. Top of the straight. Looks like Connor Brody making a move on Charlie Steele. Moving forward, the 98. He points, he goes, I want to move forward. Work with me, let's go. Chris Benton doing a great job. Just behind the 41 of Cy Finnemore. Jaden Hardy, the fastest on that last lap with a 44.0. So Jaden Hardy now looking racy. The gap maintaining 4 tenths between first and second as we have the 17 kart pull into the weight sheet here, the 17 of Tyler Norris is unfortunately out of this pre-final. But out front still, it is Kian Burt ahead of Caleb Cross, Jaden Hardy, Amelia Phillips still in the full spot ahead of Zach Tucker and Jamie Vandenberg. The front battle pack there, 6 karts. Who's going to pull the trigger first? Who's going to cause the action? Does anyone have anything for Kian Burt? 9 laps to go. As Trent Ingham's NASA panel appears to have come loose. Minor incident maybe. Dislodged that. He's still going. We've got Patrick Holmes and Darren Walker battling. So we head down the straight. Darren Walker down the inside. Throws it in deep on Patrick Holmes at Road Market Services corner. Gets the move done. He also points and goes, mate, I want to move forward. Think about it. But out front, as they're about to come round and start lapping vehicles, the 33 of Carlin McFreddy's. I think Carlin was one of the Rotax Max Heavy drivers who couldn't quite get a class, so opted to move into the lights field. He gets out of the way for Kian. It's the front 6 get through. He does a great job of moving out of the way. Is he Caleb Cross now? Looks like he's found a little bit of pace. He's moved up closer to the back of Kian Burt as we get through the infield. Vandenberg's getting closer to the back of Tucker at the same time. Here comes the battle pack. We got 7 to go this time round. The top 4 karts now almost breaking away from Zach Tucker as the rest of the field's coming through. Jaden Hardy looking to make a move now. Oh, they hit the curb too wide as they get through 50 cent. He loses a spot to Amelia Phillips, who now is behind Caleb Cross. Zach Tucker on the back of Jaden Hardy now. Amelia looking for a move into Pamba. Cross gets it covered off though. Timbers is starting to rise now. We're starting to get racing now in the front pack. Looks like Tucker's going for a move down the inside of Hardy. Vandenberg takes advantage of both of them and gets 2 for 1 as they come out of 2 trees. So now it's Burt, Cross, Phillips, Vandenberg, Tucker, and Hardy. Hardy with a disappointing lap there, loses 3 spots. Still in the fight. But it's Kian Burt now with a bit of a lead. A second gap over Caleb Cross, who now has to contend with Amelia Phillips, who's looking racy towards the end of this race. Hardy down the inside of Zach Tucker out Hart Hairpin. Gets it covered off as they go back towards Bamba. Amelia Phillips still behind Cross. Cross doing a great job of just holding off everyone. 5 to go. The front packers seem to spread out a little bit now. Kian Burt with a 7.5 tenths of a second lap over is a big dive in the final corner for Patrick Holmes on Logan Backhouse. Front guys doing a great job of racing hard but racing clean. We follow them through the infield. Manawatu track, lots of bumps, lots of technical corners here. Works the rear tyre quite a bit. It's all about maintaining that rear tyre. Make sure you have something for the final. You don't want to burn it all up in the pre-final. But we still have Kian Burt out front with a 6 tenths of a second lead now. So Caleb Cross is pushing. He is trying to make his way to the back of Kian Burt. He's pulled a bit of a gap now on Amelia Phillips. Coming around with 3 to go this time by. Looks like someone else is about to get a penalty. A 98 The black and white for 98. Unfortunately, they've done something naughty. But out front, once again, Burt, Cross, Phillips. The front three karts look like they are starting to come closer. Big dive in there, hard hairpin for Cross. Late on the brakes. Gets it pulled up though. Sacrifices a little bit of exit speed, but he's still looking racy. We have Vandenberg doing a great job there in fourth, ahead of Jaden Hardy and Zach Tucker. Zach Tucker doing 2 classes as well this weekend. Up front in both classes, so great job, Zach Tucker. Cross now, looking within striking distance of Kian Burt. Kian Burt having a block here. Cross trying to go around the outside, doesn't quite work at the hairpin. Now Amelia Phillips is on them as they go down through Hart hairpin. Kian Burt blocking. Caleb Cross pushing as we come through into Bamba. Amelia Phillips forcing the issue down the inside. Now 2 wide through the pit corner, still Burt, Cross and Phillips. Burt doing a great job of holding his line through that infield, not allowing anyone to get through, but it slowed them all up, and it's the last lap board for Kian Burt. The front pack is now joined all the way back up. Now it's 5 karts once again as we get through. Amelia Phillips down the inside of Caleb Cross, that Toyota gets it done. Cross trying to go around the outside of all of them at Road Market Services. Holds it off, runs a little wide through 50 cent. Amelia Phillips, Caleb Cross back down the inside of Hart hairpin. Who gets the crossover? It's Burt down the inside of Jaden Hardy as we get through Bamba. 2 wide. All 6 karts in the battle as they all push and shove. Burt's run wide. Hardy down the inside. Amelia Phillips, Cross. Oh, is there as well. As we get to the final 2 corners, it's Hardy down the inside. Cross, oh, on the top of Amelia Phillips. It's going to be a pre-final win for Jaden Hardy. Ahead of Zach Tucker, Kian Burt, Jamie Vandenberg, Levi McMillan's in there, as well as Brody. Cy Finnemore in 7th, Chris Benton in 8th, Ollie Workman in 9th, Caleb Cross comes home in 10th ahead of Amelia Phillips. The tangle, they ended up on top of each other, final corner. We'll see what the officials have to say there, if there is anything that is noted. The 85 with Toby Elby will come home in the 12th spot ahead of Trent Ingham. Louis Bell 14th and Darren Walker coming home in the 15th spot. Theo Pilcher, Charlie Steele, Tyler Burrows, Patrick Home and Sam Wang rounding out the 20. Logan Backhouse, Dan Coleman, Jono Pearson, Brody Barton, James Joyner making up the next 5 spots. Carlin McFreddy's doing a great job there in 26, and unfortunately we did lose the number 17 of Tyler Norris coming in earlier. Whew. All right, I'm to catch my breath now. That was a pre-final. If that is anything to go by, I cannot wait for the final. That was those last few laps. That was awesome. We are going to go back down to the pre-grid with Blake Dowdle, who looks like he's got the 28 of Phelan O'Hara with him.
On the grid with number 28, Phelan O'Hara. You're starting in P2, round the outside into turn 1. How's that going to be for you?
Quite hard. I'm going to hope for to run around the outside and hopefully get no carnage.
Yeah, I mean, no carnage is always very important. We've seen in the Mini Rock race it can happen. Obviously looking to stay out of it. Where do you think the best place to get past is? Probably turn 4, right?
Maybe also up there after the start grid because everyone can just dive down and yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably difficult to make it back to the inside there, but all the best, mate. Have a great race. Go well.
Good job, thank you, Blake, and good luck, Phelan O'Hara there. He will need it, because the Cadet Rock pre-final, sponsored by Meridian General Business Insurance Advisors. The pre-final here, the 14 laps for the Cadet Rock. Pole for this, the 48er Teddy Patterson. 3 heat wins yesterday. Can anyone take it to Teddy? Phelan O'Hara, the 28, starting second here. Looked pretty racy at times yesterday. Sebastian Grant moving forward, starting this pre-final in third, alongside the 41, Harry Gradwell, who did a great job of passing people. Unfortunately, had a couple of incidences, moved himself back, but was able to drive forward again. The 41, Harry Gradwell. Rowan Liu will be starting off grid spot number 5, alongside the 78 of Riley Preston. Will Miller will be going off the 4th row, alongside the 23 of Bentley Hart. JC Fasagi will be going off 9th, alongside the 99 of Charlie Brandt. In the 6th row, the 95 of Judd Aldridge, alongside the 16 of Grayson Benedy. Just the 12 cadets here for the pre-final, 14 laps. Does anyone have any answers for Teddy, who's looking pretty dominating so far this weekend? As they start warming up their tyres. Two warm-up laps here prior to forming the grid and taking the starters' lights. As I look down at the grid for the Rotax competitors coming in from their pre-final, a lot of hands on shoulders, hands on hips, big breast getting sucked in. Teddy now slowing up, forming the field. As the bumping already starts. You see the little bobblehead start from when they start hitting each other. Careful not to create or get a pushback earlier on in the race before the race even starts. There's a flowing quite fast. Teddy, pole alongside the 28 again, as they get the signal to slow down for the start. The inside line goes massive. Looks like the outside line didn't quite get the jump there. So it's now Teddy Patterson out front still once again ahead of Sebastian Grant. And Rowan Liu now moving up into the 4th spot. Will Miller in the 33 moving ahead, and the 2nd place sitter Phelan O'Hara dropping back to 5th or 6th by the looks of it. Out front, the 48 car, Teddy Patterson. He's been there all weekend. He knows how to do this now. The 99 of Sebastian Grant finding some speed here ahead of the 8 of Rowan Liu. Well, Harry Gradwell in the 4th spot. As we tick off 1 lap, 13 to go for the Cadet Rock here. After the first lap here, Teddy's got a half a second lead already. He's trying to create the gap straight away. Who's trying to go with him? Can anyone go with him? As the field finds their spot, Judd Aldridge moving forward as well. The 95 kart. Rowan Liu fainting slightly as they head towards Bamba. Was he thinking about a move on Sebastian Grant? Looks like he's got some pace earlier on. Harry Gradwell there right behind Rowan in the 4th spot as well. He looks racy. Teddy still out front. 2 laps done. What's the gap now? He's gone to 6.5 tenths, so he's going early. Sebastian Grant not able to go with him just yet. Rowan Liu right behind Sebastian Grant as they go down the straight. Oh, big bump as they get through Road Market Services corner. As they head back into Hart Hairpin. Sebastian Grant doing a great job of holding off Rowan as they make their way through. Tucked behind the wheel, all of them. Teddy will be loving this. This is what he wants. It is a gap forming behind him, a battle pack. They'll be slowing each other up, allowing him to move forward once again. What's the gap now? 6 tenths. So Sebastian Grant now actually putting the fastest lap down of the race so far in that one. So he actually pulled some of the gap back. Maybe his cart's due to come on as the race unfolds. Rowan Lou though still pushing Sebastian, going for it. Doesn't go down the inside, just follows him. Doesn't quite have the pace to get out. Sebastian Grant a little bit slow off the corner, but gets it down through the infield. The second and third appear to have a lot of pace in this lap. They have, looks like they have reeled Teddy back in. Did Teddy make a mistake or not quite having the pace earlier in the race? Maybe his cart's due to set up or come on later on. 10 to go. There's a gap now, just over half a second. So Sebastian Grant reeling him in. Phelan O'Hara with the fastest lap so far. Trying to get a recovery drive after that poor start. Dropping back down to the 6th spot. Rowan Lou still behind Sebastian Grant. Not going for a move just yet. Harry Gradwell in there as well. Rowan appears to have some pace, but not quite going for a move just yet. Maybe he's just trying to work out where here he is quicker than Grant. Grant now covering off the inside of 2 trees. This lap looks a lot better for Teddy out front as they go through for another one. That's more like Teddy. Puts another 10th and a half on the chasing pack. Get now 6.5 tenths ahead of the 3 carts there of Grant, Lou and Gradwell. Will Miller now has a whole rear bumper full of Phelan O'Hara. Riley Preston in behind that with the 51 of JC Visagi there. We got Charlie Brandt going out, looking for a move down the inside of the 95 of Judd Aldridge. Looks like Phelan O'Hara's managed to get by the 33 of Will Miller. He's now chasing to try and catch the front pack as Rowan Lou looks for a, moves out of the draft. Doesn't quite get off Higgins properly. Here comes Harry Gradwell pushing down the straight as they get through Toyota. Rowan, great drive through Toyota, creates a bit of a gap. Covers himself off for road marking services corner. A couple of cart lengths back now off Sebastian Grant. A bit of an incident out of road marking services into 50 Cent. Looks like JC has looped it. He looks like he's going back again. Doesn't appear to be too much damage there. The 23 cart though, Bentley Hart was involved in that. He looks like he might be done. He's slowing up, hand up. Yeah, he's coming in. That's his pre-final done. Unfortunately, that is the 23 of Bentley Hart out of this pre-final. They'll fix it up and he'll be back for the final. But out front, 7 to go. Teddy Patterson out front with a 1 second lead now over Sebastian Grant. He's got the pace back. Sebastian Grant now having to deal with Rowan Lou once again. Rowan Lou pushing as they get through the final corner. Not quite going for a move, just sitting behind him so far. Maybe he just doesn't quite have that extra pace to pull out and pass, or the confidence to stick it down the inside under the brakes, but he's still sitting there in the 3rd spot, the number 8 of Rowan Lou. Harry Gradwell there. He's still in contention. Is he waiting for those two to start battling, or is he trying to get in there himself? Doesn't quite get out of Higgins. Loses a ton of pace as they head through Toyota. Phelan O'Hara fastest on track with a 50.3. He's starting to reel the front guys in. We've got 6 laps to go. Once again, Grant, normal race line, isn't worried about blocking yet. Hasn't had to sacrifice speed. Gradwell now looks down the inside of Rowan. Different lines through the infield. Patterson takes off another lap. We've got 5 to go for Teddy. We get 1.2 seconds. Teddy's doing a great job now. Out front, Grant, Lou, Gradwell, and now O'Hara. O'Hara on the recovery drive after a horrible start. Gradwell now on the back of Rowan Lou. Down the inside of Hampton. There we go. Here's the move now. Harry Gradwell now pulling the trigger. Gets the move done on Rowan Lou. Wasn't really in the mood to sit behind them too much longer. First opportunity arrived and he took it. Now Rowan right behind Harry as they go through 2 trees. Bit of a gap now formed between Grant and Gradwell. 99 and the 41 karts. 4 to go. Phelan O'Hara appears to be gaining. He's gaining massively on Rowan and Gradwell, who have dropped back a bit from the 99 kart of Sebastian Grant. We still have Will Miller, Riley Preston now making their own little battle pack. Riley Preston catching up to the back of Will Miller. The 78 kart as they come through Hampton back towards the infield. Looking for a move down the inside. Riley Preston throws it in deep, gets it done. Covers off the switchback. Here we go up the front now. It looks like it's also now a 4-kart battle pack. They've reeled back in Sebastian Grant. They didn't let him get away. 3 to go. So it's Teddy Preston, Sebastian Grant, Harry Gradwell, Rowan there. Phelan O'Hara is now joined. Who's going to make the moves? They get their way through the top hairpin. Road Marking Services corner. Deep under the brakes for Rowan Lou in the 8. Gets it, stops, sacrifices a bit. Side by side as they get through Bamba. All this is just allowing Teddy to drive away. 1.7 seconds out front. Just maintaining the pace. We have Charlie Brandt now still on track as well in the old FK kart. Doing a great job there in the 8th spot. Judd Aldrich in 9th, sideways through the final corner. 2 to go. Oh, big incident up at the top corner. Unloaded the kart, unfortunately spun around Rowan Lou there. Harry Gradwell just slightly sideways under brakes. Rowan didn't quite see it happen. Got caught up in that. Rowan Lou dropping a couple spots there. Wiggles the wheel. Make sure everything's still good. Got Teddy out front. Still Sebastian Grant holding on to 2nd spot. Moved to 2nd spot early in the race. Held on to it. Last lap now for Teddy Patterson, 1.9 seconds. The gap out front over Sebastian Grant, who's got the 41 of Harry Gradwell right behind him now. Who's got the moves for the last lap? Sebastian Grant looks left and looks right. He sees Harry Gradwell coming down the inside of him. Has nothing. Can't do anything about it. There's the 41, the Illuminos chassis, down the inside, moving up into 2nd spot. Saw the opportunity. While Sebastian Grant was looking right, Harry moved left and threw it down the inside. But coming through the final corner, it's going to be another, or a pre-final win for the 48 of Teddy Patterson, ahead of the 41 of Harry Gradwell. Sebastian Grant coming home in the 3rd spot, ahead of Phelan O'Hara. Riley Preston getting the better of Will Miller. Rowan Lou Finishing up in the 7th spot after that small incident on the top corner, ahead of the 88 of Charlie Brandt. Gerald Aldridge bringing it home in 9th, ahead of the 16 of Grayson Benedy, and the 11 car of JC Fasagi, who finished that pre-final after that small incident. Great racing there by the Cadet Rocks. We lost the 23 card of Bentley Hart early in that pre-final. That is the Cadet Rock pre-final done and dusted. That will all set, all the points will be set for the final grid, and we will see them after a short break after this pre-final thing. But we are going to send it back down to the pre-final dummy grids with Blake Dowdle, who looks to have Charlie Jamison with him.
All right, we are on the grid with cart number 31, Charlie Jamison. We're starting on the outside now. How are we feeling heading into this race?
Pretty good. Had good pace the whole weekend, just trying to survive in P2 again.
Yeah, of course. Tyre's looking good, Nick. This is the last pre-final, am I correct in saying that? Yeah, so moving, well, we've obviously moved forward all weekend in P2. Yeah, are we setting up for the final or just going as hard as we can?
Kind of saving tyres a little bit for the final, but still pushing a bit harder, just to keep pace.
I see you on the sim as well quite often. You seem to go all right on that. Yeah, is that handy for real life for you too?
Yeah, it helps with like trail braking and throttle techniques, just learning tracks and everything.
Yeah, of course. It seems like we're going out. Good luck to him.
Awesome. Thank you, Blake, and good luck, Charlie. Charlie obviously Charlie starting his karting career here at KartSport Manawatu before making the shift up to Hamilton with the family. So, done plenty of laps around here. Old Charlie knows his way around here. Rotax Max Junior pre-final sponsored by Higgins High Rock. The Higgins High Rock are part of the Higgins Family Holdings group. Once again, thank you Higgins family for their continued support of KartSport Manawatu. Tommy Hart will be starting this pre-final from pole alongside the 31 of Charlie Jamison. Jaden Buttermore and Braxton Cravenger will be going off the second row. Jack Phillips will be going off the inside of the third row alongside clubmate Riley Craig. Louis Smith going off 7th alongside the 26 of Fletcher Lowe. Flynn Pocock starting 9th after qualifying last yesterday. He's alongside his clubmate Max Rennie. In the 6th row we have Henry Fisher and Jack Hoare. 7th row we have the 7 of Bray Milne and Blake Riddle. And Braden Watson and Seth Comer will be going off the 8th row, 15th and 16th. Angus Wilton and Freya Fabish going off the 9th row, with Josh Steele and Ben Brody going off the 10th. Luke McMillan, Ollie Bennett going off the 11th row. Jamie White and the North Island champ William Edmondson not having a great weekend so far, going off the 23 and 24th positions, with Magni Whittle, Harrison Entwistle, and going off the 13th row. 14th row we had the 15 of Oliver Dennison and the 28 of Nicholas Greer as the grid starts forming up. We had great racing yesterday. Tommy Hart out front all weekend. Does Charlie have anything for him? Does Buttermore have an answer for the Hart carts that surround him? Riley Craig's in there in the Praga. Does the North Island champ have anything? Can he move forward, secure a decent final grid spot? As Tommy takes him to the starter's box, he goes early, wants a good run into Toyota, gets it, gets through it cleanly. Charlie Jamison's there, Jaden Buttermore moving up into the third spot as well. As Cravenger tries to go around the outside, doesn't quite get it, but then beats down the inside of 50 Cent. Buttermore runs slightly wide through the grass, holds it on there as they tangle, going into Hart Hampton, 2-3 wide. As we come out of there, still 2-3 wide, Kart's pushing. Jack Hall gets a big push out of the way into Bamber Curve. Keeps it on the track as we come through and complete the first lap. Hart, Jamison, Cravenger, Phillips going with them. Buttermore, Riley Craig. 15 laps to go. Tommy Hart out front. Ben Brodie waving his hands. Doesn't want them to fight, wants them to move forward. People dive bombing up at Road Marking Services corner. Jostling for the final positions as Karts come on later on. Jack Hall down the inside of Ben Brodie at Hart Hampton. He doesn't want to work with him, he wants to be in front of him. Flynn Pocock as well, making moves forward through pit entry. As they come out of 2 trees, Flynn Pocock ahead of Buttermore, Max Rennie. We got Smith there. Henry Fisher in the barrel ahead of Bray Milne. But out front, Jack Phillips looking to put some pressure on Charlie Jamison early. Craving has got by Charlie. He's looking to chase down Tommy Hart. Craving ahead, good strong pace late in the heats yesterday. Looking like he's trying to take the pace in the race to Tommy Hart early. Doesn't want to let Tommy settle into a rhythm. There's the battle pack. Follows in, still 2 wide through the infield. Top 4 karts go across the line, 13 to go. Riley Craig in 5th spot ahead of Flynn Pocock, who's moved up. Buttermore's still there. Smith, Rennie. Karts late on the brakes. At the top corner, Coma down the inside of Fisher at the top corner as well. Road Marking Services corner. Top 4 cars now joining into a little battle pack. How long can they stay like that before someone gets a bit anxious and wants to pull the trigger? The field at the back there, McMillan looks like he makes a move on Ollie Bennett through 2 trees. The North Island champ trying to go forward, not quite able to do it. You watch the Karts come through the Road Marking Services corner at the top straight. Karts now starting to block. Ben Brodie with a move on Watson. Braden Watson losing his spot. It looks over shoulder, sees William Emerson there, the North Island champ, ready to pounce. Henry Fisher in the middle of a big angry pack. Bray Milne there. 11 to go in this Junior Rotax pre-final. We see the camera footage as they come through the final corner. Right over the bumps. The leaders going through into Hart Hampton. Still line astern. No one's pulled the trigger just yet. They've got a decent lead of 1.7 seconds over Riley Craig, who's in there in the 5th spot ahead of Flynn Pocock. Jaden Buttermore doing a great job holding off Louis Smith, pulling away actually. Seth Coleman now moving forward ahead of Henry Fisher, who's got ahead of Max Rennie. As we have an incident in the final corner, we got Fletcher Lowe and Braden Watson have come together. They're both going. Track seems to be clear. Jack Phillips now on the back of Charlie Jamison. Jack Phillips doing a great job under brakes. Charlie looks like he is on now. Maybe that's what Charlie Jamison needed, just a small touch on the rear to let him know, hey, I am here. We should start moving forward. Looks like Charlie's trying to go forward and get Braxton now. Nine to go in this pre-final. The last of the pre-finals before we have a quick break, quick 10-minute break, and then move on into the finals. Tommy Hart doing a great job out front, not disturbed by anyone else. Comfortable there with that pressure of the cars behind him. He knows what to do. Tommy Hart getting second at the CRK Arrive and Drive series last year. Great result there for Tommy Hart. Also going to the Rotax World Champs as well over in Bahrain. Local lad who's done plenty of laps around here. As the rest of the field filters through. The North Island champ now on the back of Ben Brodie. Looks back, sees he's got a little bit of a gap, can push, go for a move. So get through the infield. Makes a move on Ollie Bennett, goes for a move down the final corner, gets it done on Ben Brodie. Ben Brodie was not expecting that one. Ollie Bennett now moving forward. Moves up into the the 15th spot. Is starting the halfway point effectively of this pre-final. 7 laps to go for the 69er Tommy Hart. His end whistle and the 70 kart comes through the final corner sideways. Tommy now pulling out a bit of a gap, half a second over Braxton Cravenger. So leaders well and truly pulling up a gap over the 5th place of Riley Craig. 3 seconds back now. Riley Craig now with a 1.5 second lead over Flynn Pocock in the number 8 Sodi. Jaden Buttermore now starting to slowly reel in Flynn Pocock as we have Harrison Entwistle. He's pulled pin on his pre-final. Not happy, he has come in. There's 5 laps to go for Tommy Hart as the rest of the pack comes through. McMillan gets a move done on Magni Whittle. Charlie Jamison deep under brakes, right up to the back of Cravenger. Cravenger gets a great drive off the corner though. Different lines into the corner. One's quick in, one's quick out. Seem to be dropping Jack Phillips off a little bit. 4 laps to go. Bit of a gap now forming. As Max Rennie goes for a move in the final corner on Jack Hoare, gets it done. Moves himself up a position, the 63 ahead of the 27. Final laps coming for the pre-final. Jack Hoare again fighting Max Rennie. Doesn't want to let his position go. Big bump through the corner on Max Rennie as they go through Bamba. Down the inside of Max Rennie there, Jack Hoare slides it in, stops it on the corner, gets it done. Now they're fighting through 2 trees. Gets it off there, coming down. Has the final corner covered. Max Rennie can't quite do anything. 3 laps to go as they heading back down the straight. Emerson gets a great run on Bray Milne as they go through Toyota as well. Heading down the straight, the back straight. Mill covers, blocks it off. Emerson trying to get by, trying to move forward. Gets her up and under potentially as they come through the comms box into Bamba. Milne down the inside. Oh, we've lost the car. We've lost Angus Wilton, 84 out of 50 cent there. His pre-final was done. Pulls the card over. 2 laps to go for Tommy Hart here. The Hart cut, number 69. The same number the rest of the family is very well known for. Comes off Hart hairpin. Looks back. Sees a big gap now forming. We got one more lap here for Tommy Hart here, the Junior Rotax pre-final. Ahead of Cravenger, Charlie Jamison right behind Cravenger. Phillips a little bit back, ahead of Craig. Pocock, Buttermore right behind Flynn Pocock now, who's ahead of Smith and Coma. But here we go, leaders coming down, Hart hairpin for the final time in this pre-final. Has Charlie got anything for Cravenger in the final corners here at this pre-final? As they run through the pit entry and Two Trees. Looks like Cravenger's going to come off, Two Trees fine. Coming through the final corner though, it's going to be Tommy Hart taking the pre-final win ahead of his teammates Cravenger and Charlie Jamison. Jack Phillips bringing it home in 4th spot ahead of Riley Craig. Oh, side by side, Flynn Pocock and Jaden Buttermore. Flynn Pocock taking the honours in that one. Louis Smith will be bringing it home in 8th spot ahead of the 78 Seth Coma. 10th spot is the Henry Fisher ahead of Max Rennie, Jack Hoare, William Emerson, Brain Milne, Ollie Bennett, Ben Brody, Blake Riddle, Jamie White, Luke McMillan and Fletcher Lowe round out the 20 with Ollie Dennison, Josh Steele, Braden Watson, Nicholas Greer, Magni Whittle, Freya Fabish, Angus Wilton and Harrison Entwistle. That's it for our pre-finals. We're going to have a quick 10-minute break before we get back out on track with our Vortex Rock SV final.
Next time you get away, rent bold, rent fun, rent premium, rent the car. Sixth, don't just rent a car, rent the car. Next time you get away, rent bold, rent fun, rent premium, rent the car. Sixth, don't just rent a car, rent the car.
Welcome back to New Zealand Karting Grand Prix, sponsored by Higgins Concrete in round 2 of the Hampton Downs New Zealand Racing Academy KartStars series here at KartSport Manawatu. Final time here with the first of our finals on the dummy grid at the moment, the Vortex Rock SV, sponsored by Bailey's Real Estate. Zach Tucker starting pole for this final, winning all 3 heats and the pre-final quite convincingly so far this weekend. Second place will be the 9 of Jacob Cranston. Struggled massively at the start of that pre-final this morning, but has came through towards the end of it. He'll be starting second. Hopefully he can get a better start and maybe hopefully take something to Zach Tucker. Third is the 67th of Liam Carr, the Australian driver, with a good performance so far this weekend here at KartSport Manawatu. Alongside him is the 94 of Max Amon. Jack Strand will be going off 5th alongside the 77 of Seth Frost. Jack Amon, the 84, on 7th. And the person he effectively has been battling all weekend, Lockie Roberts, will be going off 8th next to him. Logan Backhouse going off 9th alongside the 27 of Flynn Murdoch. It's good to see Logan in the cart after that incident yesterday afternoon. And the 6th and final row, the 26 of Thomas Greer and the 16 of Jack Gardner. Both of those drivers surely looking at moving forward. Jack having a bit of a horrid weekend when it comes to mechanicals, pulling in early in the pre-final. The Vortex Rock SV making its debut here in KartSport or in New Zealand karting. The winner of this 3-round series gets a ticket to the Rock Vegas Cup. These drivers aren't actually fighting for a Grand Prix title. They are a non-competition class. So effectively it's almost like a demonstration class, but they are racing for a ticket. So at the end of the day, they won't be getting a Grand Prix title added to their name if they win this class. But it's still, with the ticket to Vegas, they are definitely racing for something. As they go out now, it's finals time here at KartSport Manawatu. They are 22 laps the distance. Zach Tucker warming those tyres up. What have they done over the lunch break? Have they done anything different, or have they left that kart set up exactly the same? Kart has looked like it's been on rails all weekend. Cranston starting second. I think he started second all weekend in both classes. Hasn't had the greatest starts there on either class. So hopefully he can go forward early. Liam Carr will be hoping to find a little bit more pace to take to Zach Tucker. He started off strong in the pre-final, but then as the pre-final went on, he dropped back. Whether he was looking after his tyres for the final here or just couldn't match and go with Zach Tucker. Both Amon brothers were looking really racy at different parts of the pre-final. Max getting the upper hand there in the pre-final with an early battle with Jack Strand. Jack Strand finding some pace now as well. Seth Frost, he's up in there. Lockie Roberts in the Praga kart, a bright green helmet, hard to miss. The other car, Signs chassis of Logan Backhouse. Norris card of Flynn Murdoch. And final of Jack Gardner and Thomas Greer. 22 laps the distance. Zach Tucker brings him into the tram lines. A very slow lead up. Here comes the push from Liam as the lights go out. It's final time and we have gone through Toyota. Zach Tucker gets through clean. Liam Carr, a bit of a side pod bump with Cranny, pushes him wide slightly. Allows Max Amon to make his way up into the third spot. Looks back, sees Cranny there. Lockie Roberts getting a big push from Seth Frost there as Jack Strand feeds it down the inside. Jack Amon gets the better hand of that and drives back around Jack Strand as they make their way through the infield for the first time. Line astern, no one really looking at making moves just yet. As Zach Tucker out front where he's used to being. First lap down, 21 still to go. 1 lap down and he's already got a half-second lead. Zach Tucker putting the pace on early. Liam Carr looking back, trying to go with him. Lockie Roberts making a move on Jacob Cranston. They go side by side, points to him, goes work with me as they go through into Hart Hairpin side by side. Cranny gets the switchback, blocks it off as they go into Bamba, cuts off the nose, doesn't want anyone else in front of him. Now Jack Amon's getting in the battle. Or Max Amon, sorry. So we've got Tucker, Carr, Max Amon, Cranny, Lockie Roberts, Seth Frost, Jack Amon, Jack Strand. That's 2 laps done. 1 second lead for Zach Tucker over Liam Carr, who's got a 3.5 lead over Max Amon. Tony Kart's looking racy earlier on in this race. Jacob Cranston in the Higgins sponsored Sody Kart there. The gorgeous sticker kit there. It looks amazing under the sunshine, but it's palmy and we've just got beautiful clear grey skies here, so unfortunately you might not see the shine off that kart. Zach Tucker, tidy, under control, reels off another lap, staying off the curbs, making sure that there's nothing to worry about as he puts another fastest lap down. Gap now, 1.4 seconds, 3 laps in, and he's already got a 1.4 second lead. Max Amon doing a great job of going with Liam Carr, keeping Liam Carr honest. It's only 3.5 tenths between the two drivers as Max goes deep under the brakes into Hart Hairpin as they head towards the infield. They drive over the bump as they get into Bamber. Max Amon taking that inside line as they get through 2 trees. Lockie Roberts still right behind Jacob Cranston at the same time. Not allowing Jacob to pull away into that front pack. 18 laps to go. What's the gap now? 1.9 seconds, puts another half a second on the field, Zach Tucker. Zach Tucker's doing what he's done all weekend, creating that gap early. We got Liam Carr, Max Amon. Lockie Roberts has got by Jacob Cranston as they come out of Hart Hairpin. Once again, he's pointing to Cranny, going, work with me, let's go forward. So Lockie Roberts has got some early pace here in this Vortex Rock SV final. Zach Tucker out front now. Only puts 2 tenths on everyone in that one. Only 2 tenths faster than everyone else in that lap alone. So now it's 2.1 seconds ahead. Liam Carr's able to pull away slightly from Max Amon, create a little bit of a gap, a little bit of breathing space there. It's 5.5 tenths. Now Lockie Roberts is on the charge to Max Amon. 1.3 seconds is the gap between them. There's Cranny right behind him. Jack Amon still behind the 77 of Seth Frost as they make their way through the infield with Jack Strand, Jack Gardner, Flynn Murdoch, and Thomas Greer and Logan Backhouse. Jack Garner potentially probably has the best tyres of the bunch at the moment as he's had some mechanical DNF, so it's had less tyre usage as he has done, less laps. So maybe that might help him later on in the race, see if he can move forward there. Cranston still right behind Lockie Roberts as they make their way towards Hart Hairpin. Still, Lockie Roberts looking back, sees the shiny kart of Jacob Cranston there. But out front, 2.6 seconds ahead of Liam Carr, Zach Tucker. 15 laps to go for Zach Tucker. What's the gap? 2.7 after this lap. Liam Carr now with a 8.5 tenths second of a lead over Max Amon. Lockie Robertson, Jacob Cranston now slowly starting to reel back the gap to Max Amon. It's under a second now, so they've gained 4 tenths over the last couple laps. So Cranny working smart with Roberts, working together and moving forward. Though I'm sure as the pack forms back up later on in this race, it'll be gloves off. Jack Amon still behind Seth Frost. As Seth looks back, sees his Tony Kart teammate there and clubmate. As we head towards Hart Hairpin once again. Max Amon dropping off the back of Liam Carr. You'll see the bright helmets of Lockie Robertson, Jacob Cranston moving closer towards him. Oh, Jack Amon's actually managed to get by Seth Frost in the last couple of corners there. So now it's Seth behind Jack Amon with 13 laps to go. Zach Tucker still in the lead with a 3.5 second lead over Liam Carr. Liam Carr with a 1.1 second lead over Max Amon. The gap between Max Amon and Lockie Roberts now half a second. The gap is decreasing. As no one else is able to do too much. Jack Gardner ahead of Flynn Murdoch, Thomas Greer and Logan Backhouse as well. The battle pack's now formed with Lockie Roberts on the back of Max Amon after that lap. He's able to pull a couple kart lengths on Crenny. So it's a Max Amon and Lockie Roberts battle as they head into Road Marking Services corner. Crenny makes up the distance under braking, does a great job of getting it pulled up. As they head through the infield, down the inside, uses the side pod, Lockie Roberts on Max Amon. The battle's heating up, they go side by side. Crenny's in there pushing Max Amon too. Roberts down the inside of the pit corner, overshoots it, gets the switchback done by Crenny. So it's still Amon in third. Now it's Crenny and Roberts. Roberts a bit too hard in that lap, lost a couple of spots. Out front, Zach Tucker, 3.8 seconds ahead of Liam Carr, who's now 2.7 ahead of Max Amon. Max Amon, big slide into Hart Hairpin. He's still pushing. The rear tyres will be starting to get really hot. They'll be screaming for a little bit of help. We're halfway through the final here at KartSport Manawatu. Ticks over, 10 laps to go for Zach Tucker. What's the gap this time? Just been racing just over 9 minutes and it's a 4-second gap. 3.3 back to Max Amon from Liam Carr. Crenny tucks under the wheel, tries to get the slipstream. Jacob, quite a tall driver. Max is quite young, he's quite short, so it's a different aero coming off that. Max doing a great job of holding off for third spot. Jack Amon, the brother of Max, doing a great job of slowly starting to reel Lockie Robertson as well. He's bringing along Seth Frost and Jack Strand into the mix as well. Out front though, Zach Tucker wouldn't even be able to tell you what is happening behind him because he cannot see them. He is that far ahead. He's going through Toyota as the other guys are going through Higgins. Zach Tucker is so far out in front, 4.3 seconds ahead. 9 laps to go. Liam Carr second. Max Amon and Jacob Cranston now getting into it. Max blocking the inside. Crenny getting the up and under on the wrong side as they go to Bamba. Max Amon holds the inside line, gets the up and under. Here's Lockie Robertson as well. Forces the issue. Tries to go down the inside of Crenny. Crenny holds the inside of Two Trees. Gets a good drive off. It's still Max Amon in the lead. Or the lead of that pack at least. So it's Max Amon still in third. Crenny fourth. Lockie Robertson fifth. Now Crenny's waving his hands, trying to get Roberts to work with him. As they get to end of the straight, Max Amon doing a great job on the block line on the inside. Compromises his exit a little bit. Here comes Crenny again. Max Amon still on the inside. Can the up and under work this time for Crenny? Here to get a better run out. A little bit ahead of Max. Max still feeds it down the inside. Roberts takes advantage. Takes the speed, gets by Crenny. Here comes Jack Amon joining the battle. Cranston gets the up and under, gets the 2-for-1. Lockie gets fed a little wide onto the marble, still holds it on. Here's Max Amon. Seth Frost is joining the battle with Jack Amon. Look at 5 cars in that battle. Crenny's out of there. Max Amon's next with Lockie Roberts, Seth Frost. Jack Amon going for a move. Seth Frost going down the inside, hits the curb. Lockie Roberts down the outside. Here's Jack Strand from Wellington joining the back of the pack. Down the inside, gets the up and under braking on Jack Amon. Doesn't quite get it done. Meanwhile, Zach Tucker still well out in front. 6 laps to go. What's the gap now? Oh, it's coming down slightly. Oh, no, it's not coming down. It's still increasing. 5.2 seconds now. And then from Zach Tucker to Jacob Cranston, 13 seconds from first to third. And Cranny has a second, just under a second lead now to Max Amon as that battle pack simmers over just for a little bit longer before it starts to boil. They all look back, see who's where, who's going to attack the next. We got Max Amon, Lockie Roberts, Seth Frost, Jack Amon, and then Jack Strand. A whole lot of Tony Karts getting ready to battle. Club mates, Lockie Roberts out of Hawke's Bay, Jack Strand out of Wellington. Zach Tucker out front, still going. 17 laps completed, 5 to go. Zach Tucker's looking very comfortable there. Coming around the final corners. Takes it off, 4 laps to go. Liam Carr now making his way through the final corner. He takes off for 4 to go. The angry packs now forming. Lockie Roberts down the inside and Max Amon on the final corner gets it done. Stops the up and under, so Max has to concede back to 5th spot. For Max Amon, looks back, sees he's got to get to Seth Frost. Seth Frost gets a good drive, carries the speed through Toyota nicely. Starts to reel Lockie and Max Amon back in. Jacob Cranston now with a bit of a gap. Max Amon forces the issue. Back down the inside of Lockie Roberts. Oh, Lockie on the grass, hand in the air. What's going on? So now it's Max Amon back in the front of this pack with Seth Frost, Jack Amon, Strand, and then Roberts. We'll see what the officials have to say about that, but now it's Max in 4th. Here comes Seth and Jack. 3 laps to go. There's another little battle pack with Flynn Murdoch, Thomas Greer, and Logan Backhouse now at the back of the pack, starting to jostle for positions as this race is starting to wind down. It's just starting to get good. Lockie Roberts around the outside of Jack Strand at 50 cent. Jack trying to hold on the outside at high. Hepping gets the up and under as they go towards Bamba. 2 wide. Who's going to concede? No one. They go 2 wide. Jack Strand holds it around the outside. Well done. 2 wide through the whole infield at the moment. Lockie Roberts finally gets the move done as they come out of 2 trees into pit corner. Seth Frost moving to the back of Max Amon. 2 laps to go. They're going to make these moves count. You don't want to lose too much momentum. You're running out of time to regain the spots. Max Amon on the block line as they get towards Road Marking Services corner. Seth taking the conventional line, getting great driver. Big punt under braking from Seth Frost on his teammate Max. Here comes the punt from Jack Amon. The 3 Tony Karts, the 3 club mates. Who's going to have bragging rights at the next club day as they go through 2 trees? Max holds the inside line. Slows up Seth and Jack on. It's a big push from Seth Frost on to Max as they take the last lap board. Jack Amon gets through both of them, takes the lead of that battle pack. Lockie Roberts takes advantage too, gets by Max Amon. Speaking of last laps, as he makes his way around the final couple corners, it's going to be an easy win here for Zach Tucker, who's going to take the inaugural Vortex Rock SV final win here in New Zealand. Zach Tucker, well and truly right out front ahead of the 67 of Liam Carr, the Australian driver. Jacob Cranston, the Manawatu lad, coming home in 3rd spot. Jack Amon coming home next with Seth Frost and Lockie Roberts right in there with their respective placings. Jack Gardner coming home next ahead of Thomas Greer, Flynn Murdoch, Logan Backhouse, and unfortunately an incident on the last lap for Max. So it's just everyone at the track. They can hear my sweet dulcet tones now, right? So that's the first final done. As the live stream is rebooted, I'll keep talking here with the Vortex Mini Rock final up next. The Vortex Mini Rock. Well, we're going to hand you down to Regan Hall, who has the final winner with him, Zach Tucker.
You good to go? All right, I'm here with Zach Tucker, who has been dominating all weekend, haven't you? And you've just won the final, so you're the first winner of the Vortex SV class. So well done, mate. How'd it go?
Oh yeah, thank you. It was a really cool weekend. Everything just kind of fell into place, and it was just really good. Yeah.
Yeah, you looked like you had really good pace. Were you still pushing towards the end, or did you back off a little bit?
I was still pushing at the end, but like my steering bolt had snapped, so like I couldn't really steer properly. But it was still, yeah. Good.
Yeah. I heard it was close to not finishing, mate. If that steering bolt had come out, it wouldn't have been good.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been the best. No.
Oh, well done on the result. Congratulations on the win, and we'll see you at the next round. You racing in the next round?
Oh yeah, I'm racing the next round. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Good on you, Zach. Cheers. And we've got young Liam over here, our Australian competitor. Come over, mate. Welcome to New Zealand. Thanks for coming over. How did you find the racing here?
Yeah, I think it's pretty good. Very competitive, and yeah, I love the tracks. So yeah.
Yeah, well, you're pretty quick, mate. So you gave most of those guys a run for their money, but you couldn't quite keep up with Zach, could you?
Yeah, Zach's a very good driver, so I wasn't expecting to come to his own track and beat him. So,
yeah. Well, you did really well considering this is your first time here, I assume?
Yeah.
Yeah, you did extremely well to come and beat the locals here. Second place overall in Vortex SV. Are we going to see you back for the next round?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, awesome. Oh, that'll be our national championship, so it'll be good to see you here. Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, back to you, Scott.
Side of row 5 alongside the 97 on Murphy Dobson, who showed great pace earlier on in that pre-final race. Heath Phillips starting 11th alongside Jet Randall. Nico Hewson will be going off 13th. Jack Lawrence will be going off alongside him. Avnil Gunda and Tane Murdoch going off the 8th row, with Timmy Brock and Freddie Waller going off the 9th row. Reed Phillips and Alan Allock going off 19th and 20th. Sterling Craw, Braxton Riddle off row 11. Ashton Jepson, Reese Gaskin going off 12th row. Flynn's Wires, Kaiser Rankin going off the 13th row. And Casey Kane and Evie Haskett making up the grid there in 27th and 28th, as Nico Thomason brings them around for their final 16 laps for this VMR final. Nico had it under control all weekend, had a small scare there in the pre-final when the rain came, but does anyone have an answer for him? He's been dominating all weekend as the lights go out. He gets a good start, gets a good jump as they make their way through Toyota. A couple of carts go off, but they're fine. Back on the track, it is Nico Thomason with Ivor Spence on the rear bumper. Alex Craig in third with Max Gosling moving himself up into the fourth spot with Levi Trotter there. Levi Trotter down the inside of Gosling, moving himself up into the fourth spot. Thomason out front, Ivor Spence, Alex Craig, Gosling trying to get back down the inside of Trotter. Trotter drives around. Here comes Charlie Clark taking advantage of that. Pushes past Gosling. Ryan Healy's in there as they get out of two trees through the right-hander. But after the first lap, it's Thomason, Ivor Spence, Alex Craig, and here's Levi Trotter, Gosling, Clark, Healy, there's Houston, Dobson. They're all moving forward, trying to get this carts ready. As Ivor Spence is able to run with Nico Thomason at the moment. There's only a couple kart lengths in it with Alex Craig right behind him. Trotter doing a great job of slowly moving forward as the weekends progressed. Gosling, Clark doing a great job of passing karts this weekend. He has great pace. Alex Craig once again behind Ivor Spence as he has pretty much all weekend. As Ivor Spence drops the wheel on the final corner, sacrifices a little bit of speed but recovers really well. Nico Thomason out front though, 4/10 of a second lead ahead. And there goes Alex Craig down the inside of Ivor Spence. He found a chink in the armour and he's finally gone, but he's left the door open once again and he's let Ivor Spence go through. Levi Trotter's taken toe on that and he has dragged himself by Alex Craig. Oh, big curb hop for Max Gosling. Bumped Charlie Clark off the track, but they're still going back on the track. The curbs here are aggressive here at KartSport Manawatu, especially for the little karts here. So the battles are starting. They're starting early, 13 laps to go. Nico Thomason wants to see that. That means it's more speed for him. It's 8/10 of a second lead now after a couple of laps. Ivor Spence battling back up into second after a couple of corners. Levi Trotter moving up into the third spot. Alex Craig now on the back of Levi Trotter. The local guys. Ryan Healy moving up. We got Charlie Clark ahead of Reed Phillips. Sam Amon 2-3 wide as they go through. Bamber slaps the wheels, not happy. They're fighting for positions that are slowing them down. As we Ryan Healy makes a great run out of Toyota. Alex Craig, Ryan Healy, Houston managing to get by almost Trotter. So Craig, Trotter not wanting to work with anyone. Back down the inside of Healy. Healy losing a spot to Houston. Here's Murphy Dobson on the scene trying to take advantage of that. Side by side, Murphy and Ryan Healy as they go through two trees. They get out of two trees cleanly. Big curb hop there for Ivor Spence. Alex Craig now working his way back to the rear bumper of Ivor Spence. Nico Thomason out front, 1.3 seconds up the road. He is gone. Ivor Spence again dropping a wheel on the exit of Toyota. He's pushing, trying to go with him. Doesn't quite have the pace to go with Nico Thomason, who's been dominating all weekend. Ivor Spence doing a great job. Houston down the inside of Trotter, as I say, in Hart Heppen. Alex Craig, the top local lad there, doing a great job. Moving his way back up, pushing. As the rest of the field fire through the infield. Houston now ahead of Trotter and Healy. Trotter showing great pace earlier on in the race. Again, getting swamped a little at the moment, battling away as we follow the leaders down through Toyota and down the back straight. Thomason out of 50 cent. Spence now just hitting 50 cent. Gap just over 1.3 seconds. Trotter on the back of Ryan Healy now. Ryan managing to get by. We've got karts going through the infield at the Charlie Clark making a move on the 25 of Neil Gunda. Moving himself up to the 9th spot there, Charlie Clark. Out front, the North Island champ, Nico Thomason, 2.3 seconds ahead of Ivor Spence. It just doesn't quite have an answer there for the North Island champ. Alex Craig still there in third spot with Houston now moving himself up into the fourth spot. Nico ahead of Ryan Healy and Levi Trotter. Murphy Dobson there. Charlie Clark in by Max Gosling. Evnil Gunda, Reed Phillips, Freddie Waller now moving up as well in his own clean air. As we follow the pack further down as they run through Toyota. Down the pack straight. They start fighting. We got Kaiser Rankin in there as well. The 38 looking around with Casey Kane as well. The 83. They're all in there. Sam Amon, he's looking down the inside of the pit corner. They go too wide. He gets the move done, the 74, as they get through two trees. Go back to single file. Taking the final corner here, riding over the bumps. Nose to tail. Guys are getting pushed. Sammy making another spot on Rankin as they get through Higgins. He's waving his hands going, guys, let's go forward, stop racing. As Rankin gets a great run through Toyota. Sammy on the blocks as Rankin's pushing. We got 7 to go. Max Gosling doing a great job behind Charlie Clark there. Here comes Ryan Healy on the back of Nico Houston. Levi Trotter hasn't dropped off, he's still there. He's got Murphy Dobson right behind him. Great run out of Higgins there for Ryan Healy on Nico Houston. As they get down through Toyota towards the end of the straight, road marking services corner. Nico, great under brakes, is able to pull it up late. Ryan Healy down the inside of Hart Hairpin, gets it in, turns it, stops it. Stops up and under as well. Nico looking back, seeing where everyone is. Can't throw it down the inside of Bamba. Tucks in, follows Ryan through. Levi Trotter's in there as they get through two trees. Frida Wallace now on the back of Reed Phillips as they make their way through the final corner. Big slide there for Freddie. 5 laps to go as they all make their way through Higgins. Oh, Reed Phillips drops the wheel, allows Freddie Waller to pull alongside and pass it before the corner, which is pretty brave to be doing at the fastest corner of the track. There's Murphy Dobson, Trotter. Now Murphy getting bombed by Charlie Clark as he goes down the inside of Hart Hairpin. Charlie Clark's making his way forward, gets a good drive out of Bamper. Down the inside of Levi Trotter, 2 karts, 2 corners for Charlie Clark. The 54 Road and Cars kart moving forward now into the 6th spot. As Ryan Healy now has got Nico Houston battling, trying to get back. 4 laps to go. Oh, big moment for Ivor Spence. Goes off at Toyota. Allows Alex Craig, to get on the back bumper. Has left the door massively open. Blocks off, swerving a couple of times, but he gets it done as they come through Hart Hairpin. Now he's on the block. Nico Tomlinson, though, out front. He has gone 4.1 seconds up the road. Alex Craig, Ivor Spence now resuming their battle that they've had all weekend for 2nd spot. Ryan Healy in the 4th spot ahead of Nico Houston. Charlie Clark now there. Trotter, Dobson, Gosling. Freddie Waller down the inside as well through Toyota. Does a great job there. Alex Craig unable to get by Ivor Spence yet. Still Houston now trying to drive around the outside of Ryan Healy. It ain't going to happen there but he gets the up and under. He's going to be on the outside though, going through Bamber. They leave each other enough space. Ryan gets the position still, but here comes Charlie Clark. He's watching the battle. Thomason takes off another lap, 2 laps to go. Here comes Spence and Craig as they run line of stern. Oh, Gosling off the track over the bumps. Here comes Freddie Waller trying to take advantage of that. Gives Gosling a big push as they go down the straight. Into the straight. Ivor Spence able to pull it up so late. Stops Alex Craig from being able to pass. Here comes Charlie Clark on Nico Houston down the inside. Hart hairpin. They rub, but they get through cleanly. Charlie wants to move forward. He's pushing. Heath Phillips taking the second lap to go as Nico Tomlinson takes the final lap board. Ivor Spence, Alex Craig still on the rear bumper. And then the battle pack of Ryan Healy and Charlie Clark. Waller on the back of Levi Trotter as they make their way through Toyota. Big pushing, Max Gosling in there at the same time. Nico Thomason well and truly out front. 6.4 seconds up the road. He has done what he's done all weekend. The same as Zach Tucker, just checked out, didn't want to battle anyone. As the leader comes through 2 trees, the right-hander into pit corner. It's going to be a Grand Prix victory for the North Island champ, Nico Thomason. Dominating faction over who's going to get the second spot. It's going to be Ivor Spence over the 12 of Alex Craig. Charlie Clark battling to the line, getting it over Ryan Healy and Nico Houston. Levi Trotter bringing it home in the 7th spot ahead of Freddie Waller, Max Gosling with a top 10, and Gunda rounding out the top 10. 11th is going to be the 6th card of Reed Phillips with Timothy Brock, Murphy Dobson, Jet Randall, Jack Lawrence, rounding out the next 5 with Kaiser Rankin, Sam Amon, Casey Kane, Tane Murdoch, and Alan Alok, rounding out the 20. Flint's Wise, Reese Gaskin, Braxton Riddle, Sterling Craw, Evie Heskett, making up the 25 with Ashton Jepson and Heath Phillips rounding out the finishes there. Unfortunately, the 99 of Van Merritt with a DNS. But that is the VMR's done. A Grand Prix victory for the North Island champ of Nico Thomason, dominating 6.8 seconds up the road. Ivor Spence doing a great job of showing his amazing racecraft and holding off a fast and hard-charging Alex Craig, who has been up the front all weekend as well. Charlie Clark doing a great job of coming home in 4th spot there. Ryan Healy bringing it home in 5th, and Nico Houston in the 6th spot there. Vortex Mini Rock, sponsored by All Climate HVAC. As we might try and see if we can get Regan to jump in and talk to the driver quickly as we wait for the KZs to go out there and warm up. KZ2 final now out on the track. Sponsored by Sylvester Clark Consultant Engineers. Dan Bray starting this one on pole. 3 heat wins yesterday, a pre-final win this morning. He will be starting alongside the number 9 of Jacob Cranston. Jacob starting second, hasn't had the greatest starts all weekend in both classes. On the inside of the second row, we have the 99 of Blake Corrin alongside the North Island champ and brother Mitch Corrin. The 5th spot will be the 98 of Lockie Thomason, who's been struggling to get off the line, showing great pace once he's off the line, but struggling to get off that line today, or this weekend, sorry. The 6th place, we have the 62 car of Nathan Krang alongside the 17th of Sam Jones. Next is meant to be the 93 of Ethan Sayer, but I believe he might be having an issue there on the warm-up lap. I think he might have a premature ending to his final here at the New Zealand Karting Grand Prix, sponsored by Higgins Concrete. Meanwhile, the 9th spot will be the 18 card of David Malcolm, and rounding out the field will be the 7 of Cam Jones. 22 laps the final. I think they might have aborted this start as they are trying to clear the Paralyn of Ethan Sayer out of the way. This kart was unfortunately stopped at the end of the straight, which is the KZ is the fastest point on our track, and the last thing you want to do is arrive there and see another kart's not in a very good position. So they'll go around one more time for a warm-up lap. Another chance to make sure that the tyres are up to scratch. Dan Bray, lots of experience here in KZ2 racing. Multiple KZ World Champs place getter. Never unfortunately won it, but has had a couple of seconds. KZ2 Masters now. Always a front runner there. Jacob Cranston finishing up his weekend after running 2 classes all weekend. Under the weather a little bit this weekend, Jacob Cranston, so he's doing a great job of showing the pace that he has. The Corrin brothers being feisty, ready to put pedal to the metal and move forward, working together or working against each other. We're about to find out as the flags are going up. The grid is set. The lights are about to go on. KZ2 final here at the Karting Grand Prix. 2 lights, 3 lights, 4 lights, lights out, and they're away. Corrin gets a great start, holding to try and get down the inside. Forces Cranston wide, but Mitch Corrin, I think, is the better of the lot. He is moving up into second. Oh, it's a tangle, but there's karts on top of each other. But it doesn't matter because Bray is well and truly out front. Karts on top of each other at the top hairpin. Looks like it might be Krang and Blake Corrin. Oh, that is unfortunate for those two. Corrin looking like he's trying to get going. He's turned around. He is back into the race, just a little bit further back. But as we look forward again, it's Dan Bray out front ahead of Mitch Corrin now, the North Island champ. Lockie Tomlinson has got off the line and he's got himself into the 3rd position ahead of Jacob Cranston. David Malcolm coming up next with Sam Jones and then Cam Jones there as well. So it's Bray out front, Mitch Corrin, Lockie Thomason, Jacob Cranston, big slide into Hart hairpin for Craney. Looks like Nathan Krang's final is done. He's parked the kart up. Too much damage there as they make their way through the infield. Bray, 1.5 second lead after that lap there. 20 to go. What's he got now? 1.4. Mitch Corrin Lockie Tomlinson fastest on track in the third spot. The Sodi driver looking racy early on. Is he able to move forward there? Deep under the brakes on Mitch Corrin there, with Bray out front in the Paralyn kart. As we follow the KZs through the infield with the drone. Awesome footage there with the drone. You're seeing how much the track folds back on itself as we tick off another lap. They come through the final corner. 19 to go. What's the gap now? 1.3 seconds. So they're reeling Bray in. A 10th a lap. Lockie Tomlinson still the fastest on track. Now he's right behind Mitch Corrin. What does the North Island champ have? Looks behind, sees the orange sticker kit of the Sodi. Bray still out front. Dave Malcolm ahead of Sam Jones. As the three karts there go through two trees. Tomlinson looking for a move down the inside of the final corner, stops it on the apex, but Mitch Corrin gets it done. Oh, as they battle, here comes Crenny. He's looking to get involved, gets the move done on Lockie Tomlinson when Mitch ran him wide slightly. Mitch doing a great job of holding his position, stays in second, holds the inside line, doesn't allow Crenny in. Crenny now in third, Tomlinson back to fourth. Mitch Corrin, the North Island champ, gets good drive off Hart Hairpin, looks back, doesn't allow any room for the number 9 of Jacob Cranston as they run through the infield, through two trees. Cranston gets good drive, Mitch is getting great drive as well. No one going for the final corner just yet. Great mid-corner grip by the looks of it for Mitch Corrin as he gets great drive off Higgins as well. Doesn't allow Cranny to get anywhere near him. Looks back, sees there's a gap. At the end of the straight, Mitch Corrin still ahead of Cranston, ahead of Lockie Tomlinson, who was looking feisty, and then got shuffled back with that little tit for tat there. But all this battling is allowed. Dan Bray just to pull away so far. 3.3 seconds out front. Just putting the laps in. 16 laps to go. We've got Sam Jones catching up to the back of David Malcolm. Another Sodi Paralyn battle is Dan Bray out front. The three karts following, battling away, deep under brakes for all three. No inch given. Mitch Corrin doing a great job of holding off the Sodi duo as they make their way through the infield. Karts looking to almost settle down now. We'll see how they stack up as the race continues to unfold. 15 laps to go. Still plenty of time to make moves. Oh, so fast at the top corner there. It's amazing to see. They gained so much ground under braking. Lockie Tomlinson right up behind Jacob Cranston there at Hart Hairpin. Cranny right behind Mitch Corrin there as we make our way through the infield once more. Corrin doing a great job of covering off two trees there. The final corner, Cranny looking a bit feisty again. Starting to attack the curb a bit, trying to find a little bit more time, a little bit more space. See where Mitch isn't quite ready for him. Down the inside though, there it is on Mitch Corrin. I don't think Mitch was ready for it then. Jacob sees that. Oh, they rub as they run down into Hart Hairpin. There's Lockie Tomlinson. They almost come to a stop as they get off Hart Hairpin. Side by side, big punt into Bamber from Mitch Corrin. He's not happy. Another one through the infield. The front bumper definitely getting a workout there on Mitch Corrin's car, on Jacob Cranston. Lockie Tomlinson still in there. Big slide onto the entry for Mitch Corrin, the North Island champ. Now it's Jacob in second ahead of Mitch. Lockie's there as well. But out front, still Dan Bray, 5.2 seconds up the road now. Not a care in the world, doesn't have to worry about anything, just got to make sure the laps tick on. There's Lockie Tomlinson now ahead of Mitch Corrin. They're getting feisty, the side pods getting a good workout as they go side by side. Here goes another move down the inside. Doesn't quite have enough space there. So now it's Tomlinson into third ahead of Mitch Corrin. 12 to go, Dan Bray out front. Jacob Cranston in second ahead of Lockie Tomlinson. We've got Mitch Corrin, the North Island champ. Sam Jones has managed to get himself ahead of the 18 car of Dave Malcolm. Moving forward, Sam Jones in the 5th spot. So now the second, third and fourth have spread out a little bit here. They're not nose to tail. We'll see if they rubber band each other and pull closer as the race carries on. But 11 laps to go. What's Dan Bray got to do? Does he have anything more in the tank to push and create more of a gap, or does he have enough in reserve just to hold that pace? What does Crenny got? Can he go for it? Slightly faster than Dan Bray in that last lap. Not enough. Wouldn't have enough laps to reel him in there. Lockie Tomlinson still right behind, only just over 1 second behind Cranston. And Mitch Corrin only half a second behind that as well. So still all to play for here as Bray makes it 10 to go at the Karting Grand Prix. Lockie Tomlinson once again the fastest on track. Plenty of pace in that 98 Sodi machine. About 2/10 faster than Bray on that lap. But he is also 6 seconds, sorry, back from Dan Bray. See, we're all spread out now. There's not many battles happening. It's really just a battle of the time. Dan Bray, 9 to go. He responds with a 42.68. Cranny does a 42.58, a 10th faster, brings the gap down to only 5 seconds as the wind is picking up. The clouds are looking slightly angry as Blake Corrin has now caught the back of Cam Jones, gives him a big punt into the final corner. Cam Jones not moving out of the way, he's holding his position. The 99 is caught back up to Blake, the back of Cam Jones. Great recovery for Blake Corrin, who was involved in that first couple corner incident there, as they make their way through Hart Hairpin. Out there, Blake Corrin gives another big push to Cam Jones. Cam Jones, though, holding his position. He's not letting the young guys through. Making their way through 2 trees. Eight laps to go as we head towards Higgins, Cam Jones and Blake Corrin. Blake Corrin, massive speed out of Higgins. Gets a good run out of Toyota. Gets it right down the inside of Cam Jones. Does a great job. Pulls it up. Plucks a gear and disappears, as they say. But out front, Dan Bray, 5.2 seconds. He is pulling the gap back out again. Ahead of Jacob Cranston, who now has a 1.9 second lead over Tomlinson. Mitch Corrin working his way back to Tomlinson. Has a look down at Hart Hairpin, not quite enough as they head back into Bamba. The big fast right-hander, followed by a quick left-hander, and then a sharp off-cambered, off-apexed right-hander, 2 trees. They slide through the right-hand corner before our last pit corner. 6 to go. Dan Bray well and truly in control of this race. Jacob Cranston finds himself in second ahead of his Sodi teammate Lockie Thomason and the North Island champ of Mitch Corrin. Sam Jones doing a great job in the 5th spot, holding that down pretty well for someone who has not been in the kart for well over a year by the looks of it. Dave Malcolm showing great pace for the experience that Dave has had. 5 to go now. Jacob Cranston seeing the fastest lap there, pulls the gap back to 5 seconds. So it's even flowing from the 5 second to just over the 5 second mark. As Mitch Corrin is still working behind Lockie Thomason. Lockie can't relax. Any mistake and Mitch Corrin will be in there. The Corrin brothers race for everything. They do a great job of it. It's always exciting to watch the Corrin brothers race. 4 to go. Dan Bray making his way through another lap. Hart hairpin. The gap now 4.87. 4.87 seconds. But is it a little too late with only 4 laps to go now for Jacob Cranston? Lockie Thomason still has Mitch Corrin though. Mitch Corrin looking feisty right behind him. I'm sure Mitch would love a podium spot there. I'm sure Lockie wants a podium spot. They'd all like a win, but it looks like the win might be well and truly in the grasp of the 11 car at the moment. Dan Bray well and truly has at least one hand on the trophy. Maybe one hand and a couple of fingers as he makes his way back down through Hart Hairpin. Lockie, the 98 car, pulled a bit of a gap now on the North Island champ as they come get the power back down. The tyres seeing the best. They are well and truly cooked towards the end of this race. They are holding on for dear life. With 3 to go, 2 to go, sorry, as Dan Bray crosses the line. What's the gap now? It goes back to just over, just under 5 seconds. It's 4.3, sorry, nowhere near 5 seconds. But Dan Bray has this one in control. Lockie Thomason put in a last couple of lap, flies in, finding some extra pace right at the death to pull the gap out from Mitch Corrin and keep himself slightly safe. As we take the last lap board with Dan Bray, 970 odd metres still to go for another Grand Prix win here in the KZ2. Jacob Cranston in second, Lockie Thomason in third, ahead of the North Island champs, Mitch Corrin. Dan Bray out of 50 Cent into Hart Hairpin. Heading back towards the infield. Only a few more gear changes left to go. Through the left-hander pit entry. Makes his way into Two Trees. Pulls it out. The right-hander before the pit corner. Gets it stopped. Gets it turned. That's a Grand Prix victory for Dan Bray. Ahead of the 9 of Jacob Cranston. Lockie Thomason in the 98 ahead of the North Island champ, Mitch Corrin. We'll wait a couple more seconds for the 5th place getter. That's the 17 of Sam J1s with the 18 of David Malcolm bringing it home in 6th. Blake Corrin doing a great recovery drive, bringing it home in the 7th spot. Cam Jones bringing around the final corner as well. 8th spot there. First master home for Cam Jones in the KZ2 Karting Grand Prix final. Unfortunately we lost Ethan Sayer on that warm-up lap and Nathan Krang involved in that early race incident. So that is the KZ2 final done and dusted, and a win for the Daniel Bray in the Paralyn kart. Dominating display all weekend there by Dan Bray as he gets a cheeky little hand rub there from his mate Regan Hall. Cranny doing a great job, double class all weekend. It's not hard to do. It's hard to do one class. I can imagine it's excruciating to do two classes, especially when you're sick. So congratulations to Cranston. Lockie Thomason did a great job of bringing it home in third after a monster battle with the North Island champ of Mitch Corrin. Mitch should be happy with the pace that he's showing this weekend. Sam Jones doing a great job bringing it home in fifth. He'll be able to tell his dad now that he is actually better than him. He came home in fifth.
We're live. All right. Here with Daniel Bray, winner of the New Zealand Karting Grand Prix in KZ2. Well done, Dan. You don't look too hot and bothered, mate. That was pretty cruisy, was it?
Yeah, it was all right. I think the important part was the start, right? Get through the first 3 odd corners or 4 corners, and then I think Cranny got past, and then I just kind of pushed hard for the first 3 or 4 laps, and then got a gap, and then was just sort of managing it from there. And then when he finally got through, I was just make sure manage the stuff in case there's a safety car or something at the end. I've got something to fight with at the end, you know.
Yeah, you look pretty comfortable out front. There was a bit of carnage behind, gave you a bit of a gap, but I think you had the pace anyway.
Yeah, I think we had similar pace to Cranny had similar pace to me all weekend. I think so. We've definitely stepped it up a game because he's really good here. This is home track, and those boys have been onto it for the last couple of years, and we've definitely lifted to their level.
How's the track evolved through the weekend with this MG rubber going down?
For us, it hasn't really changed. I haven't changed my go-kart since qualifying, actually. So too busy with everyone else's stuff. But no, it definitely doesn't have the grip of what we used to, but it's just 2 different rubbers talking to each other,
Oh, well done on your win, and we'll see you at the Nationals.
Yeah, I've actually got an Australian coming to drive my go-kart, so we've got a bit of a decision to make.
Oh, well, congratulations anyway.
Yeah, it's good to have some Aussies come over from the other side of the ditch for it, but puts me in a bit of a pickle.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well done.
See you later,
Thanks. Cranny. Well done, second place in the New Zealand Karting Grand Prix. It's not the top step of the podium, but second step's still pretty good. You had a bit of a bit to deal with in that race. How'd it go for you?
Yeah, it's not quite like everyone wants to win, but at the end of the day you can't always win. So tops off to Dan and his team. He's done well all weekend. They've been fast, but yeah, for us, a bit of a tough start to the race. Once again, getting shuffled off, but that's just part of it. We fought back through, and I think we had the pace if we started with Dan, but he's probably more consistent. So yeah.
Yeah, it looked like you had the pace, but you had to get through a few karts to get back there. So yeah, tough race, but still a reasonable result, I would have thought.
Yeah. No, happy as. So.
And you still got another race to do, haven't you?
Nah, finish that.
Oh, that's finished. Yeah, okay. Oh well done.
Cheers, mate.
All right, cheers. Back to you, Scott.
Awesome. Thank you, Regan, and congratulations to all the place getters in the KZ2 there. Up next, Rotax Max Light. All right, I'm looking forward to this one. Sponsored by Manawatu and TRC Toyota. The pre-final there for the Rotax Max Light was the perfect curtain raiser for this final here. A battle, 6-car battle for the lead. As we make our way out onto the grid, we will pull up the grids shortly and make sure on pole we have the 97 kart of Kian Burt. Next to him is the 66 of Caleb Cross. The last lap incident there with him and Amelia Phillips, maybe costing him a pole position here in the final. Jaden Hardy will be going off the 3rd spot alongside the 88 of Jamie Vanderberg. Amelia Phillips will be going off the inside of row 3 alongside Zach Tucker on the outside. Connor Brody will be going off 7th alongside the 25 of Chris Benton. Levi McMillan going off 9th, and the 41 of Cy Finnemore going off 10. Trent Ingham starting 11th alongside the number 9 of Ollie Workman. Toby LV and Darren Walker will be going off the 7th row. Louis Bell and Tyler Norris will be going off the 8th row and 15th and 16th, with Theo Pilcher and Logan Backhouse on row 9. Tyler Burrows, James Joyner going off the 10th row. Charlie Steele, Patrick Holmes going off 21st and 22nd. Dan Coleman, Sam Wang going off 23rd and 24th, with Brody Barden and Jono Pearson in the Pearson Motorsport chassis going off 26th. And in the 14th row, the 27th position is the kart of Kaylin McFreddy's. So, warm-up laps are done. 22 laps the distance. Are we going to get fireworks straight away? Stop what you're doing right now, everyone. I would put down your cart. You can clean it after. You can, I don't know, stop hooking up your trailer. You can stop petting your dog. You can do whatever. You just need to get here and watch this race. Kian Burt leads them around 22 laps. Let's get it going. As we get a signal for one more lap time around, so we have to wait a little bit longer as the tension builds a little bit more. Might have been an issue maybe with race control, sorry. They weren't quite ready. So Gambert leads them around for one more time. I see everyone running over to the fence. Get it ready. Are we going to get action at the first corner? We'll make sure the cameras are on the first corner at Toyota there to see what we can see. We see the awesome drone footage as Kiambert leads them around. Slowly brings the field back to the tram lines. As I see some water droplets now starting to fall on the window here in the comms box. Is that going to add to the tension? Are we going to see a wet race? As the final is underway, Kian Burke gets a great start. Jaden Hardy trying to go to the inside, but Caleb Cross holds on for the outside run. Levi McMillan trying to drive around the outside of everyone at Road Market Services. Gets it done, pulls out in fourth. Amelia Phillips back down the inside at Hart Hairpin though. She's not letting it go. She's now in fourth. But it's Kian Burt, Caleb Cross, Hardy, Phillips, McMillan, Vanderberg there. Connor Brody there as well. Workman is after the first lap. We got a bit of a gap between Burt and Cross. Jaden Hardy right behind Caleb Cross. 21 laps to go. Still plenty of time to watch this go off. It's just a ticking time bomb, surely, as they make their way back down the straight. The awesome drone footage. They all managed to get through. Line astern now. McMillan back down the inside of Vandenberg. Vandenberg losing a spot there. Hardy right behind Cross. Hardy's looking racy early on in this final. As we tick over the second lap, 2.5 tenths the gap between Burt and Cross. Burt gets a good run out of Toyota. Doesn't have to block so much. Gets his aero kart stopped and turned. Cross also in the aero kart behind them. Hardy in the Paralyn. Amelia Phillips in the Hart kart. Vandenberg back ahead of McMillan and Brody. Vandenberg having a great weekend, showing great pace at the front of the pack. As we have a dive there down the inside at Two Trees. As the top three karts have pulled a bit of a gap on Amelia Phillips there, who has a gap on Vandenberg. The gap half a second from Hardy to Amelia, and then Amelia to, oh, I missed the Caleb Cross getting by Kian Burt there at the top corner there. He's now moved himself into the lead, looking with Hardy still in the third spot. So now it's Caleb Cross moving himself into the final. As they make their way, Amelia Phillips is now in their battle pack. She's gained it right up as Jaden Hardy gets by Kian Burt at Two Trees. So it's Hardy moving himself up to second with Cross in the lead. Burt's moved back to third with Phillips there. Amelia now pushing Kian as they go down the straight. Amelia looking racy as she pulls out as they go down the straight. Burt though, deep into Road Market Services. He definitely didn't have any purchase there. He's lost a ton of ground. Amelia down the inside of hairpin or Jaden Hardy. She gets the move done. So Cross in the lead. Amelia Phillips, Jaden Hardy, Kian Burt, Jamie Vandenberg, McMillan around the outside of Brody through the pit entry, through Two Trees. Chris Benton's in there. They all touch. Workman's in there. Brody, Tucker, as they finally sort themselves out. 17 laps to go. Tucker now pushing Workman as they get through Toyota down the straight. So now Cross 8 tenths, almost 9 tenths ahead of Amelia Phillips. Ahead of Jaden Hardy, the 61 kart. Ahead of Jamie Vandenberg. What has happened to, Kian Burt, mechanical, he's done on the side of the track, shaking his head. It looks like it might be a chain. The aero kart's not going any further than this. That's a shame. He was showing some good pace earlier on. So now it's Caleb Cross with a 17th of a second lead over the local Amelia Phillips. Jaden Hardy, also another Manawatu representative. Jamie Vandenberg also there, still in fourth. We got McMillan, Benton, Tucker. Guys that have been working all weekend to move themselves up into this front pack. They are now there at the final time. But the top three, we got a black and white for the kart 47 as we have a kart going off on the outside of Two Trees there. The 69 of Louis Bell dropping down. 15 laps to go. Amelia Phillips now on the back. She is now only 4 tenths behind Caleb Cross. She is quick. She is catching. Does Caleb Cross have a response for that? Jaden Hardy is just 6 tenths behind Amelia there. Can he go with her? Can he make it a 3-kart battle for the lead, or is it going to be a 2-kart battle? As Caleb makes his way around the final corner. Amelia's right there. 14 laps to go. What's the gap? It's only 2 tenths now. Amelia is coming through Toyota. Caleb looks back. He sees her. He knows she's going to be there. As they come out of Road Marking Services 50 Cent. Deep into Hart Hairpin. Amelia's cart's looking settled, looking planted. Bit of a slide on the entry to Bamber there for Caleb. Is he pushing a bit too hard? Is he getting unsettled? As the rest of the field are still sorting themselves out as well. McMillan doing a great job of holding Benton, Tucker and Brody off. 13 laps to go. What's the gap? It's less than 2 tenths now. Amelia is on Caleb. Deep under brakes. Caleb now having to go offline. cover that inside. Amelia is with him. Caleb once again down the inside blocking. Amelia will get the up and under, but she'll hold on. She won't go for it. Caleb sacrifices that entry for security as he manages to hold off Amelia as they go through. Same with Two Trees. Holds off the entry into the final corner. Just a cart width offline as the drops are starting to reappear on the window here. 12 laps to go. Good drive out of Higgins for Caleb. Jaden Hardy's now starting to join the battle. Caleb Cross still just holding that cart line just slightly to the inside. Not quite the race line, not quite blocking, just half a cart width. Great drive off Hart hairpin for Amelia, almost down the inside. A Bamber on, but she holds the line into pit corner, forces the issue, pushes Cross. There goes Jaden Hardy on Amelia straight away. So now it's Jaden Hardy in the lead. Amelia Phillips second, and Caleb Cross has gone from first to third in the space of 2 corners. So now Jaden in the lead, Amelia second. Amelia back down the inside of Jaden Hardy as the top corner, Road Marking Services. She wants to lead this race, so she is now leading. Jaden down the inside, holds the blocking line as Caleb Cross has now joined it once more. 3 carts racing for the win here. 11 laps to go at the Karting Grand Prix, sponsored by Higgins Concrete. Caleb Cross down the inside of Jaden Hardy at Two Trees. Amelia, 10 laps to go. Can she do it? Gets great drive out of Higgins. Caleb Cross there, adjusting the temp on the engine. And making their way down the straight. Amelia's got this lap covered by the looks of it. As Jamie Vandenberg has pulled the gap and he is catching. He is catching the front 3 pack. They are battling and he is putting in some heaters to catch them. Benton, Brody, Tucker there. McMillan's dropping back aside. Finnamore makes his way forward. We got Steele and Workman there. What's the gap this time from Amelia to Caleb as they go across? 4/10 of a second as they go by the line. The gap's getting smaller. We've seen Caleb defends. We've seen Amelia attack. What's Amelia's defense like? What's Caleb's attack like? Who's going to take advantage of the situation as they get out of here? Hart hairpin. Carts are looking stable now. Who's got the cart set up for later on in the race? It's 9 laps to go. We're just over halfway. Still plenty of racing left here. It's Jaden Hardy as well, right there, hasn't let Caleb Cross drive away as he pursues Amelia. Amelia putting another lap down that's created the gap. It's back out to over half a second under the brakes. Caleb deep. Amelia Phillips doing a great job. She's done a lot of laps around here at the Manawatu track. Doing a great job out front. Brody in front of Benton now. He's moving forward, the Hart cart. Getting past the Sodi and the Energy. Tuck it down the inside of Benton. At Two Trees, they tangle. Benton on the grass. He's back on. Oh, Steele does a great job of avoiding him as he goes through the right-hander. 7 laps to go. Where's the leaders? What are they doing as they go down the straight? The gap, 3.38 of a second now. 3.5 tenths effectively. So the gap's decreasing. Caleb Cross is bringing Hardy with him. Vandenberg's there. He's only a second behind Hardy. So if these guys tangle or do anything silly, Vandenberg is right there ready to pounce. As we got Steele, Ingham now making his way up the field. As Kart 11 now being told off for something. 6 laps to go. Where we get? What's the gap? Back out to 5 tenths. Half a second. Amelia doing a great job. Number 44, the hard cart out front. The black 66, the arrow cart of Caleb Cross. The Paralyn 61 of Jaden Hardy. Who's gonna win it? As we're getting towards the final stages of this race. 5 laps to go for Amelia Phillips. What's the gap? Just under half a second. Has Caleb got anything for her? Is he looking after her? Is he going for a last lap lunge? What do we got? Hardy's right there. Caleb Cross in the fastest lap of the race in that last lap. 43.995. He's under the 44s. Amelia stretching their hands, getting ready for a battle as we make our way back through the infield. Nose to tail. She gets good drive off 2 trees. Kart's not sliding. She's making sure it's going forward. 4 laps to go. What is it? 3.5 tenths. The gap's coming back down. Jaden Hardy's dropping off now. Vanderburg's still there. So Caleb Cross is starting to push. Here he comes. Amelia Phillips still in the lead. 4 laps to go, deep under the brakes, carries a lot of speed on entry. Caleb Cross, Amelia getting good drive off the corner. 4 laps to go as they make their way through the left-hander, then the right-hander, 2 trees. Carrying as much speed as you can. Brakes it, gets it stopped. Amelia tidy on the exit there, doesn't hit the bump. So is Caleb. What is it? 2.5 tenths, 3 laps to go. What's going to happen as they get through Tuata? Amelia really good through Tuata, carries a lot of speed, but Caleb really, really deep under brakes at the end of the straight. Just different ways of achieving their lap speed. As we back to the infield. Is Caleb working on Amelia. Amelia doing a great job. Two to go for Amelia. What does Caleb have? 2.5 tenths. 2.5 tenths is the gap between Amelia and Caleb. Amelia Phillips doing a great job. The local lady, fast, consistent, always at the front now. She's worked tirelessly to get into this position. She is deserving of everything she's getting right now. She is showing the boys that she is just as good, if not better. She has got 1 lap to go, 970 metres for Amelia Phillips. Can she do it? She's got to get through Higgins first. Gets great drive off Higgins. The gap back out to 2.5 tenths. What does Caleb have? Can he do anything at the end of the straight? Amelia Phillips deep under brakes. Caleb trying. She gets it stopped, turned. Gets through 50 cent. Caleb is right there. She gets it stopped. Doesn't need to block. She's got enough of a gap as they go back down into Bamber Curve. Caleb deep into entry. Amelia gets through the right hand. She's got 2 trees to go. Does she need a block? A big plunge from Caleb Cross. Just bombs the side of Amelia Phillips. Allows Jaden Hardy through. So Jaden Hardy's going to take the Karting Grand Prix victory from Caleb Cross. Jamie Vanderburg's going to come home in second. Heartbreak for Amelia Phillips. Coming home in 4th spot. Connor Brody is going to bring it home in 5th ahead of Zach Tucker. Great job for Zach Tucker, bringing it home in 6th. Double class as well. Charlie Steele bringing it home in 7th. Chris Bennon, Ollie Workman and Trent Ingham rounding out the 10. Levi McMillan, Cy Finnemore, Theo Pilcher, Toby Elvey, James Joyner rounding out the 15. 16 is Darren Walker, Tyler Burrows, Logan Backhouse, Patrick Holmes, and Tyler Norris rounding out the 20. Louis Bell, Dan Coleman, Sam Wang, Brody Barden, Johnny Pearson rounding out the 25th, and Kaylin McFreddy's rounding out the finishing positions with Kian Burr, obviously having the mechanical earlier in the race. Massive incident there at Two Trees. That will definitely be discussed, but congratulations to Jaden Hardy on the win there. Heartbreaking commiserations for Amelia. She did amazing. She did everything she needed to do. It's not how we like to see racing, but unfortunately that has happened. Congratulations to Jamie Vanderberg there as well on his podium place. Well done. As tensions rise in the pits, we will focus on what is happening. Oh, actually, nah. We'll get Regan. We'll get him in there, and we'll see if we can figure out what's going on. Regan.
There, Steve. What's happening? Am I live? Every time. Yeah. Just waiting for him to pull out. Yep, sweet. I'll tell you. Pushing the cars in now. Should be ready in a couple of seconds.
Someone else will push it down. Just hang it.
Well done, Jaden.
Cheers, mate.
Right, I'm here with Jaden Hardy.
Cheers, mate.
Well done, New Zealand Karting Grand Prix champion.
Oh, thank you.
I bet you didn't think that was going to happen until the last few corners.
Nah, well, the whole day has been drama, so I knew something was going to happen at some stage, but it was touch and go, so stoked.
Yeah, well, you drove a good race, stayed out of trouble most of it, or all of it, did you?
Yeah, pretty much. Had a couple of little passes and stuff, but yeah, it was otherwise pretty clean, so happy.
Yeah, well, you got to be there to win it, mate, so well done, congratulations.
No, cheers, mate.
We're going to see you at the Nationals?
Yeah, you'll see me there. It's been a few years since I've been doing it, so good to be back. It's fun.
Yeah, good to see you.
Cheers,
Thanks,
mate.
man. Well done.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hoping for Caleb Cross, but he might not want to do an interview. I don't think it was a great race for him, so we'll go back to Scott.
Cadet Rock final now out on the grid. Oh, it's going to be a tough act to follow after that one, as we let all that tension simmer and But right now we turn our attentions fully onto the Cadet Rock, sponsored by Meridian General Business Insurance Advisors. Pole position, Teddy Patterson. 3 heat wins, a pre-final win. Can he add a final win to this, the 48 kart? Starting alongside him, the 99 of Sebastian Grant. 23rd spot, 28 of Phelan O'Hara. On the outside of him, the 41 of Harry Gradwell. Riley Preston will be starting from the 5th spot next to him. And 6th will be Rowan Liu. Will Miller starting off 7. And Bentley Hart on row 8 in position 8. Charlie Brandt starting 9. Judd Aldridge in 10. JC Fasagi and Grayson Benedy round out the 6th row as they come down to the tram lines at a rocking speed by the looks of it. As they hit the starters box. They're off. The lights are gone. And we are underway in the Cadet Rock final. Teddy gets through. Takes the lead as he's done all weekend. Phelan O'Hara. Oh, is there incident up there? Is that a couple of karts that are going? There's Will Miller involved as the leaders make their way through Hart Hairpin. 48, Teddy Patterson with the 28 of Phelan O'Hara right behind him. Phelan O'Hara getting a better start in the final here, going with Teddy Patterson. Phelan showing great pace all weekend, the Manawatu boy. Sebastian Grant sitting in 3rd at the moment with Harry Gradwell right behind him. Big steering movements with Sebastian Grant there. 15 to go for the cadets. Big long race for these boys and girls as they make their way down the straight to the top. Patterson, O'Hara, Grant, Gradwell, Rowan Liu's in there as well. Preston, the pack is forming. They're looking racy. Unfortunately, we've lost the 23 of Bentley Hart there. That's his final done. Sorry to see. But Patterson still in the lead. Coming around, taking another lap. Phelan O'Hara trying his best to go with him. Racy, 14 to go. Sebastian Grant there with Gradwell on the rear bumper. Oh, not a good corner for Grant. Left the door open. Gradwell trying to go down the inside of Toyota. Can't get it done. Sacrifices the speed. Here comes Rowan Liu. Doesn't go down the inside. There's Preston in there. There's a 4-car battle for 3rd with 1st and 2nd up the road. There's Gradwell down the inside. Recovered nicely to take the 3rd spot off Sebastian Grant. There's Preston down the inside of Liu into Bamba. Do they get a crossover? No crossover. Meanwhile, at the front, Phelan O'Hara has joined Teddy Patterson, at the front. Teddy Patterson wasn't able to pull away, and here comes Phelan O'Hara. 13 laps to go. Still a lot of racing to be done. Harry Gradwell in the 3rd spot at the moment. Grant, Preston, Liu. There's Judd Aldridge. And JC is, yep, that is JC, sorry. There at the front. Look at the leaders. Phelan O'Hara on the back of Patterson. The 28, Manawatu boy. Hart cart against the 48 of Teddy Patterson. The Luminos chassis. As they come round the final corner, we'll check the gap as they go across the line. Big steering movement there for Teddy. Gets the kart turn. Gets great drive. Both of them off Higgins' corner there. What's the gap? Just under 0.3 of a second. As the drone footage follows the cadets there. Teddy's done a great job, able to eke out the gap there to Phelan O'Hara in the last lap. Relieves some of the pressure as Harry Gradwell's holding on to 3rd. Riley Preston moving up. He's right behind Sebastian Grant now, looking for a different line as they go into Bamba. Sebastian Grant looking under pressure that 4th spot. Rowan Lou in there in the battle pack as well. Teddy doing a great job of pulling out a little bit of a gap. 11 laps to go. Seemed to compromise his entry there. Phelan O'Hara was able to pull up on those last couple corners. As we follow that other pack, Rowan Lou tucking under the wheel, trying to get some speed. Preston holding on. Rowan using the bumper. Sebastian Grant holding on to the 4th spot. Preston right in there. Rowan hitting the apex, trying to get good drive off. As Preston goes down the inside of Sebastian Grant at Bamber Curb, but then Sebastian Grant goes back down the inside at pit entry. What's going to happen at 2 Trees? Preston down the inside, gets it done. Oh, Grant gets a crossover as they make their way into pit corner. Sebastian Grant holds on to the spot. 10 laps to go. The gap out front, 3.5 tenths. Pedersen over O'Hara, Teddy and Phelan. 2.5 seconds up the road from Harry Gradwell. He's doing a great job there, holding his own in 3rd spot. Putting some clean laps down and creating a buffer to the battling pack of Grant, Preston and Lou. As Phelan O'Hara gets great drive off Bamber, right behind Teddy now as they go through 2 Trees. Teddy, great drive off 2 Trees as they tick off another lap. Now we're under 10 laps to go. Does Phelan have anything for Teddy? As Preston in front of Grant now. Grant getting a good drive off Toyota. Pushes Preston a little bit. Riley deep under brakes as Rowan Lou's in there as well. As they head down into Hart Hairpin. Grant pushing. We got Riley Preston, Sebastian Grant, Rowan Lou in the 8 cart right behind them as they all make their way through the infield. Teddy once again still in the lead. 8 to go this time by. What's the gap as we get through? Just under 4 tenths, so eking out the gap slightly. Does Phelan have anything? Harry Gradwell still in 3rd, and then the 3 angry carts with the chasing drone. Rowan Lou, great speed through Toyota this time. Does he have anything at the end of the straight? Oh, fainted for a move. Grant had it covered off though. Riley Preston doing a great job of holding both of them off as they battle. Rowan Lou unable to go for a move down the inside. As Judd, Aldridge catching JC Fasagi later further down the track there is we follow the leaders once again. They go through Higgins. Phelan getting the gap back to 2.5 tenths. Ebbs and flows this gap. The rubber banding. Teddy dominating all weekend. Pole. Put it on pole with a last lap flyer over Phelan O'Hara. Then gets 3 heat wins yesterday. Puts another one in this morning with a pre-final win. Phelan O'Hara has been struggling with starts. Hasn't been able to get a clean start. Has had to fight back to this position. This time gets a great start and is going with Teddy. Keeping Teddy honest the whole way at the moment. What's the gap this time as they go by? Six laps to go. It's only a couple kart lengths as they make their way through Toyota. Just 2 tenths. Preston, Riley Preston still doing a great job of holding off Sebastian Grant. Harry Gradwell in 3rd in no man's land in between the leaders. As they Grant not able to get by Riley Preston. Rowan Liu not able to get by Grant. As I say, they go side by side through Bamba. Grant holds the position. Sebastian doing a great job there. Get through 2 trees. Riley Preston. Sebastian Grant right up the back there. Gets great drive off. 5 laps to go. As the angry little battle pack. Sebastian Grant, great drive off Higgins. Pushes Riley Preston as they go through Toyota. Rowan Liu's been dropped off the back of this pack just on this lap. As they get through Road Marking Services corner, then 50 Cent. The leaders back into Bamba though. Teddy with Phelan O'Hara right there, right behind him the whole race. Phelan O'Hara doing a great job going with Teddy. Teddy's shown great pace all weekend there as he makes his way through the final corner. The 48 and the 28, 4 laps to go. The 41 of Harry Gradwell there in the 3rd spot with Riley Preston, Sebastian Grant and Rowan Liu are still going. And then we got JC Fasagi who's pulled away from the 95 of Judd Aldridge. The 88 of Charlie Brent ahead of the 16 of Grayson Benedy. Will Miller's still out there. We unfortunately lost Bentley Hart earlier, but the pack and the battles are still happening. Phelan O'Hara still chasing Teddy. As Teddy got this, Teddy's still doing everything they need to do, lap after lap, putting in strong performances. It's Teddy's to lose. Phelan has to make the move. Teddy cannot make a mistake though. And then Gradwell in 3rd spot doing a great job. I think almost the battle pack of Riley Preston, Grant and Liu are slowly reeling in. Gradwell, 3 laps to go though as we head towards the end of this Cadet Rock New Zealand Karting Grand Prix final. Phelan O'Hara on the back of Patterson here as Patterson has a strong entry to the corner. A lot of speed carried into the entry of that corner. Kart turns on a dime. Looks like Phelan might be slightly stronger through the infield here. Gets the gap right back as they come out of 2 trees. We are coming around to 2 to go. Is it going to be the 48 Illuminos chassis or the 28 of the Hart Kart? Gradwell definitely losing ground now in 3rd spot. Here comes Riley Preston, Sebastian Grant and Rowan Liu. Oh, Sebastian Grant going for a move down the inside of Riley Preston at Toyota. Doesn't get it done but loses all that momentum. Here's Phelan O'Hara also on the back of Teddy Patterson. It's happening now. We got the kids on the side cheering Phelan on, the local lad. Can he do it? Here he goes, Teddy Patterson doing a great job, holding his line. Phelan O'Hara's right behind him as they go through 2 trees. They get great drive, both of them matching each other. We're about to do it. 1 lap to go for the Karting Grand Prix here, Cadet Rock. They head through Higgins, nose to tail. Who gets a good run? Phelan O'Hara going for a move down the inside, tucks back in. As they go through Toyota, who gets a good run? They both match each other as they're heading down into Road Market Services corner. Who breaks the latest? They both get a great braking turning. Phelan right on the back of Teddy as they're heading into Hart Hairpin. Teddy strong on the entry, gets great corner. Oh, they're side by side as they're heading into Bamba. What's going to happen? Gets the up and under. Oh, they touch as they come into pit entry. 2 trees. Is it going to be there? No, he doesn't. He follows them. We've got 1 more move. Is he going to go for a last lap lunge? No, he doesn't. It's going to be a Grand Prix win for the 48 of Teddy Patterson. Just ahead of the 28 of Phelan O'Hara, who's come home in 2nd spot. Harry Gradwell done a great job there in 3rd spot. Ahead of the 78 of Riley Preston. 99 Sebastian Grant comes home ahead of the number 8 Rowan Liu, bringing it home in 6th spot. JC Fasagi looks like they've brought it home in the 7th spot there. with Judd Aldridge, Charlie Brandt, and Grayson Benedy rounding out the positions. Will Miller finishing that race after that first lap contact. Does a great job of finishing, staying strong. And unfortunately, we did lose the car, the 23 car of Bentley Hart in that opening lap battle, unfortunately. So that is your Cadet Rock final done. Congratulations to Teddy Patterson and Phelan O'Hara and Harry Gradwell for your podium positions. Great racing done by all of them. Whew. This is some good racing. We'll move on next to the final for today, the Rotax Max Junior. Rotax Max Junior, sponsored by High Rock or Higgins High Rock, as all the kids go down and congratulate all the competitors there. They did. We will hand you maybe potentially over to there's a small delay with the carts going out on the fly. We'll see what the posters have to say. Or we might get shifted on to the Rotax Max Junior final.
Cool, if we can just get your music.
Teddy, coming through, mate. Yeah,
we'll get a quick interview with the winner of the Cadet Rock Karting Grand Prix there, Teddy Patterson, with Regan Hall, while the Rotax Max.
Well done, Teddy. You are the New Zealand Karting Grand Prix champion.
Thank you.
How was the race?
Yeah, it was good. A wee bit pissed because I was a wee bit slow and Phelan was all over me, so well done to him. But otherwise, amazing job on that win.
Yeah, you did do an amazing job, mate. Well done. Are you going to be doing the Nationals?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, I hope to see you there, and hopefully you can repeat your success.
Thank you.
All right, well done. Go and enjoy it. Phelan, well done, mate. You got second in the New Zealand Karting Grand Prix in Cadet Rock. How does that feel?
Good.
Yeah, was it a good race? Did you enjoy it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you were giving Teddy a pretty hard time, weren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, do you think if you had a few more laps you might have got him?
Yeah.
Yeah. And you're going to come back and do the Nationals in a month or so?
Yeah, hopefully I win that instead.
Yeah, well, yep, that would be a better one to win out of the two, so...
I'd just like to thank my sponsor, Zane and Milk and Beans, and Josh Hart Racing. I can't thank you enough and Josh will make me my new cart. It's a rocket today.
Yeah, well, Josh is pretty good at making rocket ships out of go-karts, isn't he? So, yeah, well done, mate. You drove extremely well. All right, see you later. All right, thank you, and back to Scott.
Awesome. Thank you, Regan, and congratulations to Teddy, Phelan, and Harry there for your podium. That was great racing. Rotax Max Junior on the track at the moment, sponsored by Higgins High Rock. We have Tommy Hart on pole for this one. Once again, dominating all weekend. Charlie Jamieson looks to be going off second, and Brexon Craving are off third. Jaden Buttermore off fourth, with Jack Phillips off fifth. Riley Craig going off sixth. Louis Smith. Flynn Pocock off the fourth row. Henry Fisher and Jack Hoare off the fifth row. Max Rennie, Bray Milne off the sixth. Fletcher Lowe, Seth Comer off seventh. Braden Watson, Blake Riddle off the eighth. As we start this 22 lap Rotax Max Junior New Zealand Karting Grand Prix final, as they make their way down to the starter's box. Tommy goes as they head into Toyota. karts bump, and they make all of them make their way through Toyota cleanly. As they get to road marking services, the cars bump over the curb. They go 2-3 wide. They lose some momentum, but they keep going. But it's Tommy Hart in the lead once again, followed by Jamison, Cravenger, Phillips, Buttermore, Craig. Buttermore and Craig go too wide through Bamba. Doesn't quite work. Craig has to give up the position. Louis Smith's in there. The 16 car down the inside at 2 trees on Craig. Loses the position. Does a good job staying on the track. But the one lap done. It's Hart over Jamison, Cravenger, and then Phillips with a big gap back to Buttermore. The Hart carts, they're gone. Once again, they don't want anything to do with it. They are just putting pace down early, creating the gap. There's Riley Craig going for a move down the inside of Louis Smith. Doesn't quite get it done. Has to fall back in line. Henry Fisher, big bump on the entry to Fletcher Lowe. Jack Hoare, Flynn Pocock, a couple of sodies there ahead of Coma and Milne. Max Rennie there, the old black cart, the Dark Knight there. He is in 15th. 20 laps to go. Tommy Hart, 0.2 of a second lead over Jamison and Cravenger. Phillips there as well. Jack just watched his sister Amelia in the lights perform exceptionally. Tommy Hart out front, as he has all weekend. Jamison, Cravenger, been Keeman and company. Hasn't quite let Tommy just run away with it. They've kept him humble the whole weekend. One small mistake and they'll jump. The rest of the field as they file through for the final corner. A single file, no one really making any moves just yet. Still a long, long way to go. There's Cravenger, almost looks like he's starting to look a little racy. Just starting to put the car half a cart width off the race line. Seeing if Charlie will leave a door open. Jack Phillips crawling his way back to those front 3 carts. Cravenger gets great drive out of 2 trees, pushing Charlie as they make their way to the final corner. They drive through Higgins. Charlie ducking under the wheel, trying to get as much speed as he can to go with Tommy. Tommy creating a bit of a gap there in a couple corners. Cravenger definitely looking for a move now. Cravenger's wanting to go forward. He's deep under the brakes. Here comes Jack Phillips too. Jack's joining the party as they make Cravenger looking for a move down the inside of Charlie. Bamba gets it done. This is Cravenger moving up into second. Tropping Charlie back into the 3rd spot. Ollie Bennett with a big move down the inside of Max Rennie at pit entry. They go 2 wide through 2 trees. Max Rennie gets it back at 2 trees. But Ollie Bennett back down the inside of the pit corner. So Ollie Bennett now moving forward behind mate Flynn Pocock. Cravenger fastest on the track in that last lap, even with a pass. So Cravenger's looking real racy. Tommy Hart's just looking pretty casual out front, still 3.5 tenths lead. Looks robotic. Tommy Hart's done plenty of laps around here. He knows where all the bumps are. Jack Phillips right behind. Charlie Jamison as well now. Buttermore doing a great job there, holding it in 5th spot ahead of Riley Craig. Louis Smith next with Fletcher Lowe. Henry Fisher ducks under the wheel. A bright yellow helmet and the burl. There's that front little quartet of karts are off. The gap 1.5 seconds back from Phillips to Buttermore in his arrow kart. Jaden doing a great job holding his own out there. A 43 from Taranaki. As the rest of the field start filing through. 15 laps to go. Small breakaway gap now. 2.5 tenths between Cravenger and Jamison. So whether Tommy and Cravenger have stepped up the pace or Jamison's just starting to drop back a little bit. There's a small gap forming. Cravenger with another fastest lap in that one. Cravenger definitely showing he is racy at this part of the final. Right behind Tommy as we tick off for 14 laps to go. The gap under 2 tenths now. The gap half a second almost from Cravenger back to Jamison as the front two are breaking away. Jack Phillips right behind Jamison. Who's going to pull the trigger first? As we have the hard charge in Buttermore, Craig, Smith, Lowe, Fisher. Comer's making his way back up as well with Jack Hoare ahead of the North Island champ William Emerson. Another lap in the books. Right it off, 13 to go. Still line astern of Hart, Cravenger, Jack Phillips now right behind Charlie Jamison. Great drive through Toyota for Jack. Charlie has it covered though at the end of the straight. Oh, we have a car up the top of the corner there in road marking services. Unfortunately, that appears to be Freya Fabish. Unfortunately, she might be out. As Cravenger still right behind Hart. Phillips behind Jamison as the wind picks up. It's starting to get pretty windy out there. I see Max Rennie and Flynn Pocock are now battling as they battle and they rub side pods as they come out of 2 trees. Flynn loses a couple spots to Bennett and Brody. 12 to go. 12 to go. Leaders coming through the top part of the track there. Still the gap now a second between Cravenger and Jamison. And not Charlie unable to go forward with Cravenger, who's shown the pace early. Tommy Hart now putting the fastest lap down to 44.036. Let's see what this lap is. It's a 44.032. A 1/10.5 faster than Cravenger in that last lap. So now Tommy's putting the pedal to the metal. He's wanting to create his own gap. Jamison and Phillips still working together. No one's pulling anything yet. Just biding their time. The rest of the field coming through. Watson, great move down the inside of Levi McMillan. Oh, Luke McMillan, I think. But Luke just drove around the outside of him again at 50 cent. Now Magni Whittle's in there with Braden Watson. Gets it done at Bamba. So Braden Watson went from being passed to losing a couple of spots. As we got 10 to go in the Rotax Max Junior New Zealand Karting Grand Prix final. Tommy Hart out front with Braxton Cravenger right there behind him. Jamison. Jack Phillips there fourth still. Jaden Buttermore in fifth. Louis Smith now making a move on Riley Craig. Bumps him back. Fletcher Lowe follows him through. So Riley Craig losing a couple spots. Cravenger back to the fastest on track with a 44 flat. Again, faster than Tommy in that last lap. So he's not letting Tommy pull away. Jack is unable to get by Jamison. Jamison doing a great job. Just as I say that, great run down the straight for both of them. Fletcher Lowe and Louis Smith battling away there for the 6th position. Riley Craig now settled back into a rhythm, trying to move forward, get those couple positions back, see if he can move himself into that 6th spot. 8 to go this time by. Tommy Hart, the 69, still in the lead as the clouds start rolling in. The sky's getting dark. Can we beat the weather? Luke McMillan, big dive at the final corner on Magni Whittle, doesn't get it done. Sacrifices all that pace, and Breda Watson fires it down the inside, gets it done. Cravinger still behind Hart. Phillips still behind Jemison. Buttermore out by themselves, doing a great job there, holding it in 5th spot. Flynn Pocock now on the back of Whittle as they go through the infield. Seven to go. Tommy Hart, Cravinger, Jack Phillips right behind Jemison. Jemison doing a great job holding off Jack Phillips. As the Hart carts, the top 4, 5 back off in through the infield with the chasing Jaden Buttermore in his arrow. Louis Smith with Fletcher Lowe, Riley Craig there. 6 to go for Tommy Hart. Max Rennie, middle of a battle with Ben Brody and Ollie Bennett there as they come through the final corner. 3 Palmy drivers battling away. Jack Phillips starting to look a bit racy on the back of Charlie Jemison. Starting to move the cart around a little bit. Getting a little bit agitated. Watching the front 2 definitely disappear. It's now a 2-second gap between Charlie and Braxton. Braxton now pushing Tommy as they're coming out of corners. So, that's the first time I've seen Tommy move offline. 5 laps to go. Is it going to start getting spicy? Tommy, horrible drive off the corner. Braxton pushing him as they enter Toyota. Here comes Braxton Cravinger. Dale had a go, but Tommy chopped the front off him, not letting him through. Tommy finally looking back to see who's behind him. It's Cravinger. Cravinger goes up, gets great drive off the corner. Is he going to beat into Bamba? Drives around the outside of Tommy Hart as they go through the infield. So Cravinger now moving to the lead. Tommy has to now attack after defending and just cruising. What has Tommy Hart got? Has he got anything left? 4 laps to go. Charlie Jamison drops the wheel. Big slide. Jack Phillips gets down the inside of him. So now Jack Phillips is moving into 3rd. Charlie Jamison in 4th, but Cravinger in the lead. Tommy Hart 2nd. Jamison back down the inside of Jack Phillips for 3rd and 4th. Cravinger with a bit of a gap now. What has Cravinger got left in the tank? Can he push forward? Does Tommy have anything left? Cravinger's just sat behind Tommy that whole race until he needed to go. He knows where Tommy's fast. He knows where he's better than Tommy. Now he can push. What does Tommy have? 3 to go this time by. Charlie Jamison now back up in the 3rd spot ahead of Jack Phillips. Jaden Buttermore in the 5th spot. Louis Smith in the 6th. Cravinger 3.5 tenths. Oh, Flynn Pocock unfortunately pulls it in early. Mechanical. Cravinger with a lead now. Couple of kart lengths over Tommy Hart. He's looking racy. He looks like he might have this one under control. Tommy Hart having a push. We got 2 laps to go this time by. Jack Phillips still right behind Charlie Jamison as they take the 2 laps to go. Here comes Buttermore. What's the gap? 4 tenths of a second between Cravinger and Tommy Hart. Tommy Hart has got a mechanical. Tommy Hart has pulled it up at the top corner. Heartbreak for the local man. 69 has pulled it up. He is done. That moves Jamison up to the second spot. Jack Phillips into the third. Tommy's not looking happy. Cravenger now with almost a 3-second lead as he takes that last lap board. The 14 kart ahead of Charlie Jamison with a pushing Jack Phillips right behind him as they get a great drive. Both of them through Toyota. Jamison blocks off the inside line. Jack goes for the up and under. What about through 50 Cent? Gets great drive. Charlie looks, blocks off the inside line again. Jack tries to go, gets the crossover. Pushing as they go through into Bamba. Charlie now just holding that inside line. The battle's on for second. We have a yellow flag in flag tower 6. No more passing. So that's going to be Braxton Cravenger coming around the final corner to take the Grand Prix victory for 2026 ahead of Jack Phillips, who got it on the last corner ahead of Charlie Jamison. Jaden Buttermore coming in strong for the 4th position ahead of Louis Smith, Fletcher Lowe, and Riley Craig bringing out in 7th. The North Island champ, William Emerson, bringing home in 8th ahead of Henry Fisher and Seth Comer, rounding out the top 10. Brian Milne, Jack Hoare, Ollie Bennett and Ben Brody. Magni Whittle rounding out the next 5 spots with Braden Watson, Blake Riddle, Luke McMillan, Ollie Dennison and Jamie Whittle rounding out the 20. Nicholas Greer, Josh Steele, Angus Wilton, Harrison Entwistle rounding out the finishes in 24th. Heartbreak for Tommy Hart there, running in first, then second when the mechanical happened. Max Rennie, DNF, right at the end there. Flynn Pocock pulling in early with a couple of mechanicals, and we unfortunately lost Freya Fabish earlier in the race. Congratulations to Braxton Cravenger on that GP victory. Jack Phillips there with a last lap, last corner pass on Charlie Jamison to take second spot ahead of the 31 of Charlie Jamison. We will, that concludes our racing for this weekend at the New Zealand Karting Grand Prix, sponsored by Higgins Concrete in the round 2 of the Hampton Downs New Zealand Racing Academy KartStars series. We will hang around a little bit longer while we let the drivers sort themselves out and we find someone to go talk to, maybe Regan, get someone to talk to Braxton and the place getters. Once again, a huge thank you to the volunteers for everything you guys do. We can't do this without you. All the competitors, we obviously can't do it without you guys. The guardians, the families, the sponsors, the volunteers, all the people in every club that help put these meetings on. Thank you. Please, if you are sticking around, support the club. We will have prize giving in the club room shortly after all the results are confirmed. Come in, support the drivers, give them a round of applause. That means a lot to all of them. They raced hard for these trophies and awards, so the least we can do is show them some respect and show up and support them. But yeah, once again, thank you so much. The main sponsor, Higgins Concrete, here at the Karting Grand Prix. We really appreciate everything you guys do. But we'll keep waiting for Regan Hall, who hopefully can get in there soon as the drivers now start making their way over the weighbridge.
Braxton, come over here, mate.
They're all in the right place.
Yeah. We're good. All right, we're here with Braxton Cravinger. Just won the New Zealand Karting Grand Prix. How do you feel about that?
I'm pretty happy with that. It was a pretty hard race. Just stayed behind and kept my tyres good, and then went for it at the end. But it's a shame though that what happened with Tommy.
Yeah, he's been out front most of the weekend, hasn't he? He obviously had a few issues, but you were hot on his heels though for most of the race, so the pace looked pretty even.
Yeah, I was pretty happy with it. I couldn't catch up to him, but managed to get him on one of the laps and out it from there.
Yeah, well done. And you're going to be doing some more karting for this year?
Yeah, going to do RMC and maybe the rest of this.
Yeah. Awesome. Oh, it was good to see you here, and well done.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Over here, Braxton.
All right, who we got next? Jack. Jack Phillips, well done on P2 in the New Zealand Karting Grand Prix and Rotax Max Jr. That was a good race?
Yeah, it was pretty good. Pretty tight.
Yeah, it was tight. You had a good battle there with Charlie, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you coming back to do the Nationals in a few weeks' time?
Yeah, I will be.
Yeah. Awesome. Oh, well done on second place. Of 2, I'm Regan Hall. This is Scott Daly. You're still Scott Daly.
Scott Daly.
Pretty sure it's still Brent Malhop. Thanks to Scott for your commentary over the weekend.
Good job.
Yeah, it was
see you
awesome.
guys in Nationals then, eh?
Yep. Yeah, in a few weeks' time.
Awesome. Thank you.
Next time you get away, rent bold, rent fun, rent premium, rent the car. Sixth, don't just rent a car, rent the car.
Our go-kart was really good. Dove up the inside of Max. He tried to make a move and I never even saw him.
In karting, nothing is ever certain. In 2023, Daniel Gray, he's a man on a mission. He has just secured pole position. Really genuinely challenged the legends of the sport. Daniel Gray, cometh the hour, cometh the man.